Folks, welcome to the culture and welcome to the culture's Black Men Summit, where we're going to be talking about it all week long on how we're redefining and celebrating Black manhood. And today, we wanted to kick off the conversation the best way that we could. And the only way that to do that is to first talk about our connection to our Creator, to our God, our sense of spirituality. Now, this comes on the day of the 28th anniversary of the historic Million Man March. It was October 16th, 1995, 28 years ago, where over 2 million or nearly 2 million Black men convened on the Great Mall on Washington. That call was due to the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, but he wasn't by himself. It was a call that was made through him, but it was a call that also brought in so many different folks, different leaders, both men and women, communities together for a historic demonstration. So as we have this conversation, we want to look at the principles that were laid out 28 years ago, the principles of atonement, the principle of reconciliation, and the principle of responsibility, and use that as the guiding force for this conversation, and let this conversation set the tone for this week's conversation about Black men. But before we get into our very special guest, let's go back to the sights and to the sounds of that historic day of October 16th, 1995 in Washington, D.C.
To affirm the positive among us. This is the day that the Lord hath made, and we're called to celebrate what God has done, what God is doing, and what God will do. Long live the spirit of the Million Man March.
And this isn't about Farrakhan. This is about respect, unity, and love for the brothers. And we're trying to get something out of this, out of life. With Todd of being behind everything, we want to be in charge sometime. We want to unify, and that's what this is about. Unity. Look at all these brothers around here.
We need to do it and show the government, hey, that we need to have control of our destiny.
We're choosing who our leaders are in the Black community, and we're not just going to accept anything anymore. We're going to come together. We're going to register people to vote and go back to our community, go back to my neighborhood, register my friends and stuff to vote, and we'll take it from there.
He's doing something.
We are the problem solvers, that we love each other, and that nothing will ever turn us around. God bless you.
Strong men keep on a-coming. Strong Black men keep on a-coming. Strong Black men just keep on a-coming. We love you.
That was the historic day that changed America and all of us. So now let us bring in our very special guest for this conversation as we talk about Black men in faith and spirituality. I am joined by three dynamic brothers who are doing their work to change the culture and the conversation about us being in faith and spirituality. First and foremost, I have my big brother. He is a brother that's been on the ground for years. He has done so much for the community, and more importantly, he continues to be a light in the great city of Baltimore. We are so happy to have him joining us. He serves as the Baltimore representative for the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, the student minister, and Imam, our big brother, Brother Imam Abdul Salaam is joining us. Brother Imam, assalamu alaikum, and thank you so much, dear brother, for joining us for this summit.
Wa alaikum salam, and thank you for having me on this great platform. And as you know, all of us from Baltimore and really throughout the nation are very proud of you in your growth and development. And we thank Brother Roland for giving you such an opportunity to serve our people on such a great level. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you. My other big brother is a brother who is certainly no stranger to the work that he's doing in terms of elevating Black men. This is my brother, man. Every time I see him, he shows me nothing but love. When he started his work in Baltimore, and then he transitioned to fill in the role of being the senior pastor of New Birth Missionary Baptist Church down there in Lithonia, Georgia, my big brother, Pastor Jamal Bryant. Pastor Bryant, good afternoon, dear brother. How are you, sir? We got the pastor on. Looks like we're going to have to get the pastor. Let's get the pastor connected very quickly. And then while we're doing that, let's introduce our other brother who I had a chance to just talk to just a few weeks ago. And after talking to him, I was just blown away about what he has done, the stance that he makes, and more importantly, the work that he is doing. So here's another brother from the great city of Baltimore. I'm so happy to have him joining us today, my big brother, Brother Zentola. Brother Zentola, peace and blessings, brother. How you feeling?
Thank you. I'm feeling good. How you feeling?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Thank you for joining us for this summit and having this conversation, bro.
Yes, it's a must. You know, it's time to unlock it.
Absolutely. Let me see. Let me know when, and I'm saying this to my team. Let me know when we get Pastor Bryant joining us in a moment. But Brother Minister, let's talk first about what we saw. You know, I just played a little quick clip of that historic day, October 16th, 1995. I was 16 years old. You were a young man back then. We were trying to do our thing, you know, trying to help in this great call of atonement, reconciliation, responsibility. I remember being in high school, Brother Minister, and telling my friends, trying to organize my friends around. It's like, yo, y'all going to the march, let's go together, let's jump on a bus, blah, blah, blah. And Arrow, my friends, is like, bro, you're going to get yourself killed out there, right? But when I came back, I'll never forget, the response was overwhelming because so many of them was like, bro, I watched it on television. My people in my family went, and it was a magnificent day. But even more so just the day, I want to get down to the principles behind the march, because this was a very different march. This wasn't a march about politics. This wasn't a march about social justice. This is a very different march. Talk to us about this principle of atonement, reconciliation, responsibility, and more importantly, how do we get back to that place?
Yes, sir. Well, of course, we can't start unless we talk about how God inspired the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan in a moment of inspiration, where the words that he wanted to take 1 million Black men to Washington, D.C. went out of his mouth. And the Honorable Minister Farrakhan said that he wished he could have pulled it back, but God inspired it. And so on October the 16th, 1995, we saw nearly 2 million Black men show up on the mall in Washington, D.C. under the theme Atonement, Reconciliation, and Responsibility. Because the Honorable Minister Farrakhan pointed out to us that after 440 years at that time of brokenness, and through our journey here in America, while receiving the most unjustifiable treatment in the annals of history, we as Black men needed to atone with God, atone with self, atone with our family, and atone with each other as a people, and then take responsibility for our future into our own hands. So from that, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan gave us the great 8 steps of atonement. And any of you that would Google 8 steps of atonement from the Million Man March will see the process by which we can take to heal our families, our communities, and our nation.
And Brother Zentola, when we talk about this mass gathering of Black men, I remember being on the mall and Brother Minister, I know you can probably attest to this as well. The energy in the space was like and I'm not saying it's just to hype it up. Literally, you can feel God's presence. And I'm gonna just say it just like that. You can feel, like, as much as people talked about the fact that you're in the belly of the beast, the government is watching. I remember Clinton was out, everybody, a lot of those major government leaders left this Capitol. I remember seeing tanks along the perimeter of the space. There were flying airplanes just in case, watching. Everybody was watching to see what happened. But I never felt more at peace in an outside demonstration like I did at the Million Man March. People were saying, we're gonna get, I said, Ray, if you went, you know that nobody was going to touch us. There was a covering on that. So let's talk a little bit about the energy of being called or coming back to a space of atonement and reconciliation. Brother Zentola, talk to us, like, you do energy work. How important is it that we have a massive call like that? Talk to me.
Well, it's very important because a lot of times we don't understand that our attention is our currency. And so whatever we're directing our attention toward with an intention will start to manifest. We've just been tricked into giving away our attention and creating things in which we don't want by different environmental stimuli and different patterns. And so when all of these men got together under this one intention of atonement, of all of these great things, yes, the energy is going to be immense, and you're going to even call forth your higher selves. So it's like it's going to be a whole different frequency, a whole different vibration. A lot of times we think because we can't see it in the physical that it's not there. But we have radio waves that has many stations that's floating through the air right now that you can't see. And depending on yourself, you can tune into those different frequencies depending on your intention. And so, yes, when you bring that many men, Black men, together with that melanin and that intention, yes, gonna bring forth a higher energy in which you can physically see beyond your logical understanding. Yeah,
absolutely. Look, we gotta take a quick pause, Brother Minister, Brother Zentola. We're gonna take a pause. When we come forward, hopefully we can bring our Pastor Jamal Bryant into this conversation as well. And crew, I would love to hear your take on this as we're talking about Black men in spirituality, Black men in faith, as we are talking about the 28th anniversary of the Million Man March, but more importantly, talking about how do we get back on track with ourselves and our creators, especially during this time. The conversation will continue on the other side. Stay with us. It's the Culture's Black Men Summit here on the Black Star Network.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in Black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in Black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Check some money orders. Go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com.
I'm Farajii Muhammad, live from LA. And this is The Culture. The Culture is a two-way conversation. You and me. We talk about the stories, politics, the good, the bad, and the downright ugly. So join our community every day at 3 p.m. Eastern and let your voice be heard. Hey, we're all in this together. So let's talk about it and see what kind of trouble we can get into. It's The Culture. Weekdays at 3, only on the Black Star Network.
Folks, Black Star Network is here.
Oh, no punches.
I'm real revolutionary right now.
Support this man, Black Media. He makes sure that our stories are told.
Thank you for being the voice of Black America, Roland.
Stay black. I love y'all.
All momentum we have now, we have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, this difference between Black Star Network and Black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be Black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig?
All right, folks, welcome to the Culture's Black Men Summit, where we're redefining and celebrating Black manhood. I'm your host, Farajii Muhammad. I've been talking to my brothers as this is the kickoff conversation as we talk about Black men in faith and spirituality. There's no other conversation that can happen until we have this one. So this is why we've decided to have this first to set the tone for this week's set of conversations. And so I've been joined by brother student minister and Imam, brother Abdul Salaam, who serves as the Baltimore representative for the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, and also joined by my brother who is a meditational spiritual healer and author, brother Zentola. We're just having the start of a dynamic conversation. Brother Minister, I wanna get your take on what brother Zentola was just pointing out, which he says, setting your intention. And I know that in the Muslim prayer service, before you even go through the steps, the first thing you do when you step on that rug is set your intention, is to say to the Almighty God what you plan to do and how you plan to do it. Are we looking at a situation in Black America, especially among Black men, that we don't know our intention because of all of these other issues that are happening? Like, how did we get to that place that we're going to set our intention? Because we saw it in 1995. Mm-hmm. We saw it in those, subsequent marches. We saw it at the 20th anniversary for the Justice of the Million Man March at the Justice of Else. Some people would say, oh, we need another march. Some people say we need a different leader. But how do we get the intention back to Black America, to Black men, so that way we don't have to wait for some outside force, that we can call from that force from within?
Well, first and foremost, in order to state an intention, we have to be called to something. So in Islam, we are called to prayer by statements that are telling us that it's time to pray in that instance. So once we answer the call, then we go ahead and formally state the intention to perform what we have been called to. And this is because though we make good intentions a lot of times in our life journey, there are forces that can distract us. There are forces that can cause us to have a good intention, but fail in fulfilling the intention of what either we spoke, thought, or desired to do from the heart. But this is the beauty of how God operates best through divine servants. The Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan made a call, but it was the Spirit of God that moved from that call that Black men answered to. And therefore, by answering the call, by showing up or watching on that day, they were able to reestablish the intention for which they were called to, even if they didn't understand what was going to be said. But by the end of the Honorable Minister Farrakhan's message, he caused us to see that it was important for us because we desired to want to do something, to join a Black organization that was serving our people, to join a spiritual house, whether it is the church, whether it is Islam or some faith tradition that could feed our souls and feed our minds, and then get involved in some format of community struggle by joining on to those that were already working. So in 2023, going into 2024, there are a lot of distractions going on today, just as it was in 1995. But I believe that the essence of Black people in general, being the people of God, when that proper call comes, no matter what time it comes, our soul resonates with that call and are attracted to it. And so now from the spirit of the march, it can live on from those that attended and know the values of what it did for them in their lives.
Brother Minister, I love that comment and that response. I'm gonna go back to you then, Brother Zentola. I want to bring this to you. In order for you to get into that space, you have to have a heart. I remember the minister, and there's a clip of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan saying this, Brother Minister and Brother Zentola. He said, I was given the call for this march, but if I was a hater, if I was a man that did not want to see the best for all of humanity, not just for Black people, then how would you justify the response that you saw in 1995 if I didn't have the heart to make the call? And I think that's where it is. It's like now we're at a place right now, Brother Minister, like a lot of the challenges that are facing Black men in Black America, but more importantly, Black men, it gets down to the very heart of who we are. It takes away our sense of emotion. As our sister Dr. Bridget talked about, it takes away our sense of humanity. Something that Islam has often been seen as, and I know you heard it and I've heard it all my life, that when Black men come into the ranks of the Nation of Islam, that it warms the heart again because we've been made so cold. Talk to us about that process of even falling in love with yourself again after being conditioned and told that you are nobody and that you have no power.
Well, I can say that the beauty of seeing the example in the fulfillment of what the words of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan have done for so many Black men, specifically, but in general, Black men and women and families across America and throughout the world, that when I saw the example of the teaching, not knowing what it would do for me, once I got around that energy, as my beautiful brother talked about, when your heart and your soul is reaching for God, even though you may be limited in knowledge, it's reaching. And the Nation of Islam was magnetic to Malcolm X. It was magnetic to Muhammad Ali. It was magnetic to the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan in their day. And in our day, it was still magnetic from the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan rebuilding this work. And so a young teenager like myself and tens of thousands of others were attracted to something that was already moving. And when you enter into a unit that is already operating and that unit embraces you, the brotherhood embraced me with love. And you can't beat that because perfect love casts out fear. And so if we say God is love, how do we know unless it's being manifested in those that have his spirit? And so Black organizations that have also benefited in that way have understood the qualifying reality of what Minister Farrakhan taught me and teaches me as a student. And that is the basis of unity. That is the basis of a common goal. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that our unity would solve 95% of our problems. And his minister has caused us to see and understand from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, his teacher, that our unity is more powerful than any type of atomic or nuclear bomb. So we just got to get busy on living what we say, and we will attract and be magnetic to the people that need that saving grace, power, love, and unity.
Brother Zentola, I want to get your take on this, and I got word that Pastor Bryant is now technically ready, so I want to take a few extra minutes to get his take as well, because we only have limited time with him. But Brother Zentola, what's your take of that in terms of the heart, cultivating the heart, so that way you can hear the call to set the intention?
Yes, it's very important. A lot of times, like what my brother just said, unity is very much needed. But before we can have unity, we must first find ourselves. We must first heal the inner things that we have been going through or going through turmoil with. And so, yes, unity is like, think about it like this. When you have traumas, let's look at the traumas like, let's look at them like thorns that are in you. All right. And so even when you go to hug someone else, that can cause you pain. And it's not that this person is trying to cause you pain. It's because those traumas sitting on the surface, even when it's a good act or a nice act, it could still cause you pain. And so the other way I also explain traumas is think about hands that has been worn so much that they get callous. The callus is built up on the hands to protect the hands from keep getting abrasions. And so this is how not being healed, where you can't feel. See, once you start healing those callus will start going down, and then you can feel and find your sensation of way when you touch something, you can actually feel it. And so once we're at a place where we can pour into ourselves and we know how to tap into higher vibrations from there and understanding who we are and finding ourselves, then we can now extend love to others. It's just like the cup, you can't pour from a cup that's not even full, that you don't even have anything yourself. You can't pour from an empty cup. And so I think that a lot of things are important steps on the way there, but I think we're missing a few that we are tending to look over that's so much important, like finding ourselves, getting to who we are, and clearing the noise, getting to a silent place. And so from there, we can build relationship with self, God from within, and then we can extend outwardly. And I think that's what is pretty much missing, and the power of words. It's so many different things. So when I say this in mind, bringing up, like, let's say, integrating into the kids, the seeds. If we want to get to the bottom of it, we have to, of course, find ourselves, but we have to integrate into the seeds. We have to teach them who they are earlier, because it's not that we aren't who we are, is that we have been tricked and conditioned into not knowing who we are. It's just like the lions in the zoo, and there's one man is controlling all of these lions. It's because they don't know that they're lions. They have been conditioned to think that they are kittens. And I think that's the same with us. We have been conditioned into not knowing our power, not knowing how to access our power, and putting everything outside of ourselves. And so now we put in this responsibility on our alignment and our spiritual alignment on everyone else, and we are lacking the relationship with the words, the vibration, and the thoughts that we need to align with that energy. And from there, it'll guide you. That's why I can never tell no one what to do. I only would say, let's get into a quiet space and let's get in an alignment where you will then know what to do. And so it's the tools. It's just like a cell phone, right? So if you notice how we have to have updates with our cell phone, what happens if you don't update your cell phone? It'll start glitching. This is what anxieties is happening. We're not upgrading to new understandings and practices of who we are as energy first, and then letting everything else align. And that's what's out of whack. We putting all of this outside of us, and we're not in alignment. That's what it is.
I want to bring in our brother, Pastor Jamal Bryant, the senior pastor of New Birth Missionary Baptist Church down in Georgia. I know he had some sound issues, but he got a few moments just to be with us. Pastor Bryant, as you're hearing about this, as we're talking about Black men kind of coming back into ourselves spiritually and through our faith, what kind of guidance would you offer as a man that's been doing this work for well over 20 years and seeing all of the Black men going through all of the changes that we have gone through in this country?
Farajii, let me first say thank you for having me on. And I'm
yes, sir.
I'm kind of glad the sound went out for a minute for me to get myself together. Let me say this has nothing to do with what you asking me, but this moment is great for me to see you and Brother Carlos together. I've not seen both of you in years, and my heart is doing somersaults. I'm serious. We came up through the ranks together and really grew as men and grew as leaders together. And while I was disconnected from the broadcast, I'm thinking about how life would have been different if I'm still in Baltimore right now. Me and Carlos will be planning tonight's citywide town hall meeting about the Gaza Strip and what to do about Palestine, and inviting the Jews from Parkite to come be in the discussion. You know what I mean? I miss all of that. I don't have that level of camaraderie to do that in Atlanta. But we will be broadcasting this live from Empowerment Temple right now if I was in Baltimore. But I just wanted to say, really, I don't even know what the question is, Farajii.
Right, it's all good.
I wanted to, seriously, I miss my brothers. I love y'all. I done left Atlanta and left Baltimore, and now Farajii is looking like Jesus. Something has happened. I don't know what has happened. What is your question, Farajii? I'm sorry.
Oh man, look, Pastor, very quickly, because I know you got to hop off. You got another appointment, but I'm pushing I'm begging my producers to give me this the time. But I want to get your take on, you know, cultivating the heart of Black men. Minister Carlos, Brother Abdul, Salaam, and Brother Zentola both talked about the fact that Black men, we have been hardened over the years. And as a man that's in this faith, that's doing this work to soften the heart of Black men, how did we get to that place, considering it has caused tremendous pain and damage to our community when we're continuing to work from this space of Black men have to be stoic, or Black men can't emote emotions, or Black men aren't spiritual men, that we cannot exhibit God in a very loving and nurturing way. So what's your take on that, Brother Pastor?
Yeah, so I'm mindful that we're really coming from different perspectives. Student Minister Carlos and our dear brother dealing with the physiology and the psychology. I want to deal with from a different level, especially in light of what we're dealing with. The significance of a Muslim leader calling Christian pastors into accountability, for me, is what the Million Man March really resonated with. And it really set the tone, not just for the states, but for the diaspora, to show that there was a way that we could coexist, how it is that we can function. Is that a lot of people are dealing with the Muslims and the Jews in Gaza, and they forget the persecution of Palestinian Christians. And I think that how it is that we function, the Honorable Minister Farrakhan gave us the blueprint, is that we find what is our commonality even in our diversity. And so the strength of the beauty of who it is that we are is knowing that we are not a myopic people, but that there are so many different dimensions of who it is that we are, that we embrace the beauty and the splendor of our difference, in knowing that some of us are vegetarian and some of us eating bacon. Some of us are only listening to gospel, and some of us listening to trap music. But in the words of Malcolm X, when the police pull you over, they're not asking you, are you Dr. So-and-so? Are you Reverend so-and-so? They just see you as nigger so-and-so. And so when we find out that the real common denominator is so much stronger than anything that divides us, we understand the significance of this moment. And so while Black people are crying out about what's going on in Israel, as we should, we can't do that, Farajii, and not say nothing about the Congo. We can't raise that up and not say nothing about what's happening in Haiti. If $37 billion is getting ready to go to Israel and nothing is going for the infrastructure for the mother continent, then it is our responsibilities. Nobody is asking Jewish people to remember Israel. They're saying, lest we forget. And so I think that we've got that same responsibility as Black men to hold up what is our Ebenezer and what is our standard and what is significant for us. Roland Martin, the curator of this network, said that we got to be clear, what is the ask? We got to stop being honored just to be there without a demand. Power concedes nothing without a demand. And so I think that our Black men have got to come together and say, what are we clearly asking for? And at this point, we ain't asking for nothing. We're demanding to be treated as human beings, demanding access to capital, demanding that our public schools have exemplary technology, demanding that Morgan State University gets the same funding University of Maryland does. And so I think that that's the stance that men have to do in this post-Million Man March reality.
There it is. Pastor Jamal Bryant, the great senior pastor of New Birth Missionary Baptist Church, checking in. Pastor Bryant, we thank you so much for your time this afternoon. Thank you, dear brother, for the work that you're doing. I got to bring you back because I believe you're opening up a medical center for your church. Is that correct? I saw the video of that.
Yes.
You were walking through the hallways of that.
Yes, we open on November 11th. It is a full medical clinic that will be able to screen people, test people, prescribe people, not only for those who are insured, but Farajii for those who are underinsured and for those who are on Medicaid. We break ground in 3 months on 150 mini houses so that we can reintroduce our community to home ownership and change the narrative. It's only Black people that have housewarming parties for apartments. So we got to change the whole narrative of what it is that we do in terms of home ownership and wealth creation. All of the things that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught for many years, we are now finally getting the understanding of the depth of his prophetic witness.
There it is. Pastor Jamal Bryant will certainly be in support of that. And I'll reconnect with you, Pastor, so that way you could talk more about these initiatives on the other side. But I thank you, and we thank you so much, dear brother, for your time.
Tell the producers, me and Carlos got to talk about Israel. We need an hour to just talk about Israel. If you just give us 1 hour, we will shut it down.
Hey, look, if you want to talk about Israel and Palestine, let's go. Let's go. We can talk about it. We can set that up.
Give me 1 hour. That's all that I need, please.
Done.
I hold you to it. Thank you. Love y'all. Grace and peace.
Love you too. Thank you, Pastor. Brother Minister and Brother Zentola, we got to take a quick pause now. When we come forward, let's continue the conversation. Crew members, I want to get your thoughts about this as we are talking about Black men in faith and spirituality. Post your comments as we are streaming right now on YouTube under Roland Martin's YouTube page. And of course, stay with us. The conversation continues on the other side with the Culture's Black Men Summit here on the Black Star Network.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Tape with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
I'm Farajii Muhammad, live from LA. And this is The Culture. The Culture is a two-way conversation. You and me. We talk about the stories, politics, the good, the bad, and the downright ugly. So join our community every day at 3 p.m. Eastern and let your voice be heard. Hey, we're all in this together. So let's talk about it and see what kind of trouble we can get into. It's The Culture. Weekdays at 3, only on the Black Star Network.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in Black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in Black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Check some money orders. Go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com. Folks, Black Star Network is here.
Oh, no punches! I'm real revolutionary right now.
Support this man, Black Media. He makes sure that our stories are told.
Thank you for being the voice of Black America, Roland.
I love y'all.
All momentum we have now, We have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, there's a difference between Black Star Network and Black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be Black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig?
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Culture's Black Men Summit. I'm your host, Farajii Muhammad. We've been having a fantastic first discussion as we're talking about redefining and celebrating Black manhood. We're kicking off today's series with around the conversation about Black men in faith and spirituality. We just heard some remarks from Pastor Jamal Bryant, the senior pastor of New Birth Missionary Baptist Church down in Georgia. We're still left with our dear brothers, our great special guest, the Baltimore representative for the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, student minister, and Imam Abdul Salaam. And we're also joined by spiritual and meditational healer and author, Brother Zentola, as well, as we're talking about this. Crew, y'all know what to do. Post your comments, share your thoughts as we're streaming live on YouTube right now under Roland Martin's YouTube page. Folks are checking in. My brother Tony D said, I know that this will be one great show with both Imam Abdul Salaam and Reverend Dr. Jamal Bryant discussing the Israel and Hamas war. Brother Minister, looks like we're going to have to bring you back, sir.
You already know. We come back with guidance and instructions and permission from the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan.
Absolutely. Let me check in with other folks because people are talking about this. My man, you don't like my music. You say culture changes people, not politics. This is why I love this show. And that's why we love you. You don't like my music. We love you. We appreciate you, man, for checking in. And I want to speak to that point because here's another part of this. There is a growing and changing dynamic, Brother Zentola and Brother Minister, that's happening among Black men, and particularly and Black folks in this country. Pew Research, they did this study back in 2021. And one of the things that they found is that first, Black people in America are the most religious group of people demographically than any other people in this country. This is from 2 years ago, folks. We're the most, this speaks volumes about where we are with this. But then the other thing, here's this other part about it. And at least let's go to quote one on this one, where they're talking about in this Pew Research study. It shows that the findings show that Black Americans are more religious than the American public as a whole on a range of measures of religious commitment. For example, they are more likely to say that they believe in God or a higher power and to report that they attend religious services regularly. They also are more likely to say religion is very important in their lives and to be affiliated with a religion and to believe prayers to ancestors have protective power and that evil spirits can cause problems in a person's life. Now, here's that part. This is from Pew Research. But then on the other side, Brother Minister and Brother Zentola, take a look at this. Let's go to quote number 2, that a Pew Research study confirms Black Americans, who are demographically the most religious in the country, are turning away from organized religion in large numbers. In one decade, 11% fewer Black people considered themselves Christians, and 7% more claim to be unaffiliated with any religion, or in some people's category, they would say they are more spiritual. Brother Zentola, talk to us. What is happening here right now? And then, Brother Minister, I'd love to get your take on this. What is happening where now you have more people say, I'm spiritual, not religious, making this distinction? And how does this play on how a Black man sees himself in relationship to his in his relationship with God and with the Creator.
Yes. So I believe that what's happening is religion, it has you like in a certain group, where spirituality, it kind of gives you the room to understand who you are and the connection with your Creator without some place or someone outside of you dictating you. What I believe, religion is like, think of religion like turning on the water. You can get water from the spigot and it's controlled, right? Spirituality is like tapping into a spring. You can't turn a spring off. And so once you tapped into that spring, you no longer can just like go inside of a box of just using the spigot water when you know that the spring is there. And so I think what's happening is, with us able to share our understandings and everything with, what we've been through as Black people in church and things like that, we understand that church is much needed, or religion was very much needed, but we're finding ourselves at a place where we are expanding beyond, like, say, a certain dynamic. So let's think of that like a first grade. You needed to know the information. You needed to learn about certain things. But now we're at a place of convergence, of integration. And so if you know these things that you've learned in these different books and these religions, and you're not converting them, you're not integrating these things into your life, well, then you don't get the change or the transformation. And so I believe that what's happening is people are more so opening their minds and their understanding on, like, what are they connected to and what is actually in alignment with them. And so we're tapping into a higher spaces than normal. And I think that it's all needed. I think, like I said, it's like grades. You have first grade, second grade, third, and it's like it keeps going. We're here to grow. We're here to expand. And so now you're seeing a convergence of not people turning away from God, but people receiving God from different things like music and sound bowls and meditations. And it even says even in the Bible, it said meditate day and night. So it's certain things that we've looked over that is actually helping, that were actually our tools to help us to integrate. And as we're shifting into higher vibrations, the earth is now shifting into higher vibrations. Knowing is now is no longer enough, And so I say that spirituality, or like these mindful practices, whatever you want to put them under, energy, these are all these are the keys, right? And so I use the keys as an example, because I can give you a car, and if you didn't know what a car did, you would just try to push this car up the street and down the street. And if I ask you, how do you like the car I gave you, you say, well, it's kind of heavy, I have to push it around. Right. And then if I give you the keys to the car, now the same car that you thought you had to push around is now carrying you where you want to go and where you need to go. Now you'll have a totally different experience. I believe that's what's happening in life right now. We're going through life and we're thinking we're all having the same experience, but we're really not. Depending on if you have the keys or if you don't, your experience is going to be totally different. And so that's what we are realizing. We're tapping into ourselves and understanding the keys in which we can now manifest and attract things, opposed to being so physical about it. As a matter of fact, if you see something in the physical, this is the last stage to it manifesting. It started in the non-physical. Everything starts with energy, and we have the power to summon this energy into manifestations through our thoughts, words, and movements. And so if we are doing old thoughts, old words, and old movements, and we're seeing the same reality, this is why we haven't broken the pattern. And so I'm here to help people understand that we can break that pattern through mindful exercises and different spiritual practices that will bring us much closer. And then from there, you'll know what to do. That's where we are.
Brother Minister, we're going to take a quick pause, but when we come forward, I would love to get your take on this, as as a minister in an organized setting, in an organized structure, and then as an imam, as you all know about the metaphysical and the importance of that. So we'd love to hear your take on this. Folks, we got to take a final quick pause. Stay with us. It's the Culture's Black Men Summit here on the Black Star Network.
Folks, Black Star Network is here.
Oh, no punching. I'm real revolutionary right now.
Support this man, Black Media. He makes sure that our stories are told.
Thank you for being the voice of Black America, Roland.
Stay black. I love y'all.
All momentum we have now, we have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, there's a difference between Black Star Network and Black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be Black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig?
I'm Farajii Muhammad, live from LA. And this is The Culture. The Culture is a two-way conversation. You and me. We talk about the stories, politics, the good, the bad, and the downright ugly. So join our community every day at 3 p.m. Eastern and let your voice be heard. Hey, we're all in this together. So let's talk about it and see what kind of trouble we can get into. It's The Culture, weekdays at 3, only on the Black Star Network.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in Black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in Black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Check some money orders. Go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com.
Folks, welcome back to the Culture's Black Men Summit, redefining and celebrating Black manhood. Been talking to spiritual leaders, brother student minister and Imam Abdul Salaam, who serves as the Baltimore representative for the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, and our brother Zentola, who is a spiritual and meditational healer. We are gathered to have this conversation on the 28th anniversary of the historic Million Man March that happened 28 years ago today, folks, on October the 16th, 1995. And so we only saw fit to have this conversation kicking us off for this week of discussions around Black men and as we celebrate manhood. Brother Minister, I want to get your take on this piece from Pew Research and just this growing culture where we're finding a lot of our people. I hear it from a lot of sisters when you ask the sisters, like, what church you go to, or where's your faith home? Oh, I'm more spiritual. I don't. And these are not, quote unquote, like sisters that are not professional. You're talking about very high professional women who are Black women who are stepping away from the church, which has been the backbone, we know, of our community. And Black women in faith has been the backbone of our community. But what are we seeing here, Brother Minister? And how do we make sure that Black men, as we're talking about these changes and transitions, as Brother Zentola talked about, how do we make sure that Black men don't get kind of lost in the shuffle and then our spirituality is not being fed and cultivated?
Well, I would first start by saying that there are a whole lot of polls taken about a whole lot of things, and especially about Black people and their experience in America. It's funny that people take polls and then we take the poll as the overall blanketing of as if it's true. But I would say this, that, Almighty God, as I'm taught from my teacher, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, did not come to establish a building. You know, we're interested in buildings, mosques, church, synagogues, cloisters, temples. But if we ask the question, you know, there are mega churches. There are mosques on the planet that hold millions. In Mecca, hold 1 million people. In Medina, 750,000 people at one time for prayer. We have large edifices that hold tens of thousands of people. But the question becomes, can any of these buildings hold all the people? So it goes to show you what the scriptures teach us, that we are the true house of God. We are the real temples of God. And that's why the poll suggests that we are the most religious. I'm going to use spiritual because our spirituality comes from God himself. So teaches the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and his minister Farrakhan. In fact, the reason why Black people seem to be so religious, it is because it is the nature in which we are created. We are created by the Creator to submit to do his will. However, in a society like this, there's a whole lot of distraction. So in Islam, we are taught the Prophet Muhammad, peace and prayers be upon him, said that the entire earth is our prayer carpet. The entire earth is our masjid or mosque. So it is in any religion, faith, tradition that follows the prophets of God. You don't need to be inside the actual house or place where you may worship or don't worship. As long as you know that there's a sanctified place that gives you the peace to talk to God. That could just be riding down the street in your car and getting to a traffic light and just saying, oh God, I love you. Please help me get through the rest of the day. That's how serious it is with Black people. But I close with this. It's interesting that the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan spoke to us on Saturday as he addressed the Nubian Leadership Circle. And he petitioned us to go back to the program that appears on the back page of the Final Call newspaper, every edition. And prior to that, the Muhammad Speaks newspaper. It is called the Muslim Program. Listen to what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad says about mental and spiritual resurrection that my brother was just attesting to. He says, we believe that the so-called Negroes or Black people are most in need of mental resurrection. Therefore, they will be resurrected first. Furthermore, we believe we are the people of God's choice. And it has been written that God would choose the rejected and the despised. We can find no other persons fitting this description in these days more than the so-called Negroes or Black people in America. We believe in the resurrection of the righteous. So this is showing us that the nature of us is God. We come from God. And no matter what has been done to us, you brought us through chattel slavery, you hung us, you lynched us, you unjustly imprisoned us in mass. But yet God is still in the jail cell. God is wherever we are, even on the street corner in the worst of our condition. When we, the followers of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, through his minister, walk the most dangerous parts of our neighborhoods, guess what happens? The junkie looks up and sees the clean face of the FOI and says, Assalamu alaikum, my brother. Pardon me, excuse me. The brother that's drinking want to put his bottle down. The brother smoking his reefer or his joint want to hide it. What is that saying? He sees himself in the proper state. And we look at them with no judgment, because up underneath those conditions is absolutely the true essence and material manifestation of God. You don't have to be inside of a brick and mortar building to manifest God. You can do it right in the quietness of your own self. All you have to do is call his name. And he laughs and smiles and says, look at my servant calling my name. And he gives us relief in that. So no spiritual house that we build could ever hold all of God's people, because the real house of God is wherever God's people are.
On that note, Brother Minister and Brother Zentola, we're going to say thank you. We're going to say thank you. And I truly, truly appreciate that. And I think that that resonates with all of us that are tuned in today. I cannot thank both of you brothers enough for taking times out your schedules. And we thank Brother Pastor Jamal Bryant for joining us for a few moments. But brother minister and brother Imam, thank you so much, sir, for your wisdom and your expertise. Brother Zentola, thank you so much. Brother Zentola, folks, y'all can follow Brother Zentola on social media, Zentola, Zentola. You can follow Zentola, excuse me. Thank you, brother, on social media. And we thank him. And he has a fantastic book out that he serves as the author of. And it's a journal, and it talks about mindfulness and talks about energy work. And it's Zenergy. I love this book. There it is right there. Zenergy Me Journal, the Manifest Energy Journal. So make sure y'all check that out. And of course, our brother Imam, we will have to bring him back to talk about other issues. But I just want to say thank you to both of you for joining us today here on The Culture for this first day of this Black Men Summit. And I thank you both for being so excellent, so great for the culture. So thank you so much, brothers. We truly appreciate it.
And I got to connect with my brother. He's right here in the city. We got to do the work together. And I felt his beautiful energy right through the screen.
Yeah, there it is right there.
Brother.
Absolutely. Yes. Absolutely. Black men from Baltimore doing it big today. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you so much, brothers. We truly appreciate it. We want to thank our coverage partner, AfroLAnews.org. Go to AfroLAnews.org, folks, to get all the latest news about Black life in Los Angeles. This is a nonprofit organization that's putting out very, very thoughtful content about news and information that is happening in LA from a Black Los Angeles resident's perspective. So go to AfroLAnews.org. I want to also thank my partner, the Sister Olivia Alamangro, for making this broadcast and making this summit happen, along with my production team. I want to thank Joel and Shannon. I want to thank Maddie and Chris. I want to thank my sister Lisa and my man King Keenan for all of the work. And of course, the Culture Crew. Thank y'all so much for tuning in for the first day of this week of special conversations that we will be having about Black men and redefining and celebrating Black manhood. Tomorrow, we're going to talk about Black men in politics. So that conversation should be a good one. But thank you so much for tuning in. Stay tuned. Up next 6 p.m. is Roland Martin with RMU. As always, go to blackstarnetwork.com, download the app, follow us on social media, and give. Help us to power this movement in this digital space. But we truly, truly appreciate all of your support. As always, never be afraid to challenge what's wrong, stand for what's right while being yourself in the process. God willing, we will talk tomorrow for another exciting edition of The Culture, right here, exclusively here on the Black Star Network. Peace. Peace and welcome to the Culture's Black Men Summit here on the Black Star Network. I'm your host, Farajii Muhammad. Thank you so much for tuning in and being a part of the conversation. Folks, today is a very, very special day as we go into day 2 of our Black Men Summit, a day where we're going to focus on politics. So it's actually quite fascinating that on a day like today, as we talk about Black men in politics, that there is a hotly contested situation or vote that's happening right now where a Black man, Representative Hakeem Jeffries, is up for consideration to possibly be the next House Speaker. So we've been keeping our eyes on this situation. And if this seems to happen in the midst of a GOP fracture, where they have ousted one of their very own members, Kevin McCarthy, just a couple of weeks ago, now to be in a place where the folks that they wanted to be there, they at first thought Representative Steve Scalise out of Louisiana would be the next House Speaker. He drops out of the race, and now it's left to Representative Jim Jordan, who was not able to get the full amount of the full quota votes of 221 votes to become the next House Speaker. So they're doing another round. And so that has left the lane to be open for Democrats to push forward Representative Hakeem Jeffries at this time, where he is actually up in the votes. Right now, the votes stand at 212 for Representative Hakeem Jeffries and 200 votes for Representative Jim Jordan. And people are trying to see if history will once again be made in the House of Representatives. Now, today we're going to have this discussion about this whole situation, but more importantly, we're going to have this discussion about how Black men can become more engaged in the political process. And so I'm very, very excited to talk to our first guest. He serves as a pastor. He is also an activist. He is a man that knows his way around not just the political space, but also in the community. I've had the honor and the privilege of working with this man and just knowing this man for years. He has literally watched me grow up in the city of Baltimore as I've done the work of community organizing and activism. But we wanted to bring him here to talk to us about Black men being engaged in the political process. We want to welcome to the airwaves of the culture here on the Black Star Network, Dr. Reverend Todd Yeary. Has been working in the area of equity and civil rights. He does so for the city of Baltimore. Brother Todd, how are you, dear brother? Good afternoon.
Farajii Muhammad, if I had known I was going to have a family reunion today, I'd have signed up for this a long time ago. I can't tell you. This has made my week, and the week just getting started. My man.
Well, I appreciate you, brother, for being on the culture. Welcome.
Dude, I'm special. You wait till I tell all of my friends.
I'm happy to see you again, big brother. I'm happy to see you. Let me just say, so for those who don't know, that Reverend Todd Yeary is a man that works behind the scenes. He doesn't do a lot of that grandstanding in terms of wanting to be in front of the camera. But if you want to know where power is, if you want to know how the system works, if you want to know how to get people moving, Reverend Todd Yeary is the guy to go to learn. He knows all of the ins and outs, especially of local politics, state politics, and of course, keeping his eyes on what's happening nationally. So, Brother Todd, I am truly, truly honored. And it's such a pleasure to once again see you, brother. And yeah, we're right here on this space, and I couldn't think of somebody better to be a part of this conversation. Let's start off the conversation with this piece, Brother Todd. And I know we're going to have more brothers checking in with us, but I wanted to start off this. First, I want to get your take on what's happening within the House of Representatives with Hakeem Jeffries, Representative Jim Jordan, what we're seeing here on a national level. What do you see in terms of Black folks getting political power in this moment right now?
So there's a lot to that question. Let's start with what's going on. The circus has come to town. The clowns have showed up for work. They all rolled in a little car, red noses, big shoes, and here we go. And so what you have is the dysfunction within the Republican Party that's been kind of in this interesting space of negotiating around interests without really coalescing around an agenda. And it is playing itself out just as you see all of the other noise outside the room with the former president, his legal issues, and also trying to figure out how the Republican nomination is going to play out, even at the same time when you have a current incumbent of the White House of the Democratic Party with all of the first not really being able to get traction after all of the otherwise forward social program policies that he was able to get through in his first 2 years. So you have this interesting dynamic. The challenge is now that we're at the end of the pandemic, now that things have kind of reset, now that gas prices are as scary now as they have ever been, prices for everything is high. You can't even pay attention without paying a premium. Those are the issues that are making a lot of folks, not just Black folk, feel very vulnerable and very uncertain. The issue for Black men is the issues affecting Black men don't seem to be part of the public discourse or the public conversation. And so when we look at how we're navigating, you've got the wars in the Middle East,
likely to expand after the incident today with the bombing of the hospital. You've got other major world players deciding they're not going to sit out. China and Russia are now starting to have their conversation. The war between Russia and Ukraine is still demanding a lot of attention, and the pressure on NATO to try to further expand against this building coalition between North Korea, China, Russia, and other countries means then now there's a whole lot of noise at the top and a whole lot of pain at the bottom. And so when we start looking at what needs to go on and what needs to go down, as I've often said, and you know we've talked about this at the grassroots level in Baltimore City, is that politics always starts locally. We can't just get enamored with the big shiny thing at the top, but we have to also understand that budgets are passed at all levels of government. Public money is spent local, state, and federal. And if we're not having a complete conversation, if we're just waiting on some crumbs to fall from the master's table in the White House, we're going to find ourselves actually in a much more precarious situation than we are right now.
Wow, waiting for some crumbs to fall from the master's table. Because I feel like that's exactly the space that we're in, Brother Todd, that we are in a place right now where we're hoping and wishing instead of moving and making things happen. That's exactly where I feel. Look, I got to take a quick pause. When we come forward, let's go further along in this, because Brother Todd, you know, you have been in these spaces for these conversations locally and nationally. And I know you've done some work with the Obama administration around his initiative for Black men and boys. And so it's always interesting to see that these things are happening. We see some level of representation like we see with Hakeem Jeffries, but at the same time, there's still this lag. And when we come forward on the other side, I want us to talk about this lag, or this disconnect rather, that Black men have with not just with politicians by personality, but with political action. And I'm gonna share with you just some of the studies and the latest research around this. So we're just getting started. We got my brother, Reverend Todd Yeary, Dr. Todd Yeary, joining us. And we want to hear from you folks. Join us in the conversation. We're streaming live right now on Roland Martin's YouTube page. You can join us in the chat and be a culture crew member for the day, as we have day 2. We're just getting started with day 2 of the Black Men Summit, redefining and celebrating Black manhood. We're talking Black men in politics today. Stay with us. The conversation continues on the other side here on The Culture on the Black Star Network.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in Black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in Black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Checks and money orders go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com.
I'm Farajii Muhammad, live from LA. And this is The Culture. The Culture is a two-way conversation. You and me. We talk about the stories, politics, the good, the bad, and the downright ugly. So join our community every day at 3 p.m. Eastern and let your voice be heard. Hey, we're all in this together. So let's talk about it and see what kind of trouble we can get into. It's The Culture, weekdays at 3, only on the Black Star Network.
Folks, Black Star Network is here.
I'm real revolutionary right now.
The
support this man, Black media. He makes sure that our stories are told.
Thank you for being the voice of Black America, Roland.
Stay black. I love y'all.
All momentum we have now, we have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, this difference between Black Star Network and Black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be Black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig?
Folks, welcome back to the Culture's Black Men Summit here on the Black Star Network. I'm your host, Farajii Muhammad. Today is day 2 of our summit, and we're talking Black men in politics. Now, joining me is Dr. Reverend Todd Yeary, who is doing some phenomenal work. He serves as the senior pastor of his church. He's also is a political strategist. He's also been working in the space of equity and inclusion and civil rights. And today, whereas we talk about these things, we're talking about the big disconnect that Black men have within the political system, from political parties, and just being us uniting politically all together. In a moment, I want to bring my brother, somebody that I think you might know, Brother Todd, Rashad Staton. He's going to be joining us as he serves as the Executive Director of Community Law and Action, and he's a young politico himself in the space. But I want to get your take on this very quickly, Brother Todd, because CNN did a piece last year where they talked to a Black man down in Georgia. This was happening when the election of Raphael Warnock happened, when that campaign was going with him, between him and Herschel Walker. And they were trying to get a piece about the sentiment that Black men have. They named the piece, this is interesting, Black men feeling ignored. I want to just pull this piece up very quickly, and I want to get your take on it. It says, Black men say they feel ignored by politicians. It says in this first screen, let's go to quote number 1, please. Thank you. Aaron Bethea says that he has voted election after election for U.S. presidents, governors, and senators, and yet those lawmakers have done little to nothing to improve the life for him, his family, or his community. Bethea said he believes the issues he cares about, financial freedom and equal investment in predominantly Black schools, have largely been ignored. He said, quote, where we are from, nobody really cares about what Black men think. Now, he's an Atlanta father of 6 who owns a wholesale company that sells televisions. He said they don't do anything for us. Now, Brother Todd, I want to kind of get your take on this. His saying that where we are from, no one really cares about what Black men think. And he speaks to a sentiment where Black men do not feel connected. Black men do not feel like they have a relationship with any political group. Democrats, one of the things they mentioned in this piece is that they said the messaging is wrong, so it doesn't appeal. Republicans, even though that some Black men, we are conservative in some areas of our life, and the idea of families and all of those things might be in alignment, the racism is still a problem. So we're not feeling connected. How do we start to bridge the gap in this situation, Brother Todd?
So there are a couple of things that's telling in the quote. One is having voted in national elections, but trying to get national politics to address my local needs. We've had this disconnect around civics that everything works in the 4-year national presidential cycle. And so we don't see where there have been votes for who's on the city council, who's sitting in the mayor's chair, who's representing us in the state houses. And what we've seen over the last decade or so is the erosion of interest, because what we have is, with the boys running through the house, What we have is the needs of a leaning towards states' rights. What we've seen from this Supreme Court, let's kind of connect these dots. This Supreme Court has taken on more of a posture that individual states get to decide what happens within their borders. If that then means states' rights is the new political framework, we have to have states' rights interests. Remember, electing the president is not a one election thing. It is 50 statewide elections that lead to one presidential outcome. And so if we don't get more attuned to what's happening, not just in DC, but what's happening in Maryland, in Virginia, in North and South Carolina, in Georgia, if we don't have the ability to translate and speak to the needs within that context and connect the dots to how those needs lead us to a nationally organized collective action to determine who's going to sit in the House, who's going to sit in the Senate, who's going to sit in the White House, then those are going to be the issues that leave us behind. And what we've seen, let me take you back to the date when, in I think Bill Clinton's first midterm, Newt Gingrich was the Speaker of the House, and they came out with something called the Contract with America. I think it was a Contract on America. And what they did is they started to work to dismantle and reposition controlling state legislatures and governor's chairs, so that when they started redrawing political maps that determine who represents you in the House of Representatives in DC, they started gaming this whole system. And because we got enamored by the optics of personality. Yes, we elected Barack Obama as the first Black president, but that was good for optics. We lost a lot in terms of statewide substance. We've got to get back to recognizing that we have a totally comprehensive state by state collaborative process, because we're going to have to do some coalition building, but we cannot this ain't the Jedi mind trick. We can't just look at the shiny thing in front of us trying to figure out who's going to sit in the Oval Office, invite some preachers to come sit by and have a prayer meeting, lay hands on you and do all of that other kind of stuff. When after you finish praying PRAYING, you start praying PREYING on the interest of those who have the most at stake. That's the conversation that we got to get back to. And we got to do real grassroots organizing so that when we build critical mass, it leads to critical outcomes in our favor.
I absolutely love that. I want to bring Brother Rashad into the conversation, who serves as the Executive Director of Community Law and Action. And Brother Rashad, what's your take on this? And welcome again, big brother. Good to see you as always, Brother Rashad. Brother Rashad, what's your take on this? That Black men are not, we don't have a home politically. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. We do not have a home politically. I want to throw this out there, and then I want to get your take on this. Let's go to quote number 2 on this, please, Lise. This is what, and we've had our brother Jason Nichols. He talks. He's been a contributor here on the show and for Black Star Network. But he said this in this same CNN quote. He said, if some of them, talking about us as Black men, he said, some of them feel unmotivated because they don't feel spoken to, then you really got a problem. He said, a lot of these campaigns don't hire Black male advisors. They don't hire Black men to actually tell them how to reach Black men. So far, 39% of Black voters have been men and 61% have been women, according to Catalyst, a company that provides data and other services to Democrats, academics, and nonprofit issue advocacy organizations. So Rashad, is it really just about the messaging? Or is it just like you're saying, like Brother Todd is saying, the simple fact that we're in a time and a place where we're not asking for the right stuff. We're involved more with the optics and not looking to really build the substance. What's your take, bro?
Look, I'm listening, and brother Todd is right on point, right? I believe I don't want to be redundant and making his points much clearer, because I think he hit it right on the nail. I think the distinction that we are seeing, and to be honest, that quote, I think it makes it much simpler and clear for people to digest the realities. We know in the larger spectrum, especially on a national platform in politics, there's not candidates that have talking points specifically to the demographic of African American or Black American males, right? Those that identify that. One, if they said it's the representation of who's a part of these campaign committees. And we are also noticing that we are not a monolithic people and we have our prioritizations that may be different. But I think the reality is these talking points is also reflective of the populace that they want to continue to attract, knowing that a Democratic Party can easily sway the Black vote by targeting the Black woman. And now we see an emergence of an over-specification of our brown communities, and where we're corralled as Black and brown into one. So if they can tap into another demographic that is already have a continuity of high voter turnout, they don't see the necessary value in the gainfulness of trying to speak directly to Black. I want to say even more specific. I want to get even more specific. Black heterosexual males, right, into 2023. And I think it comes down to the realities of what manhood is and where we are socioeconomically, where we are on our educational level, and where we are to the point of what are our priorities, right? And Brother Todd nailed it right there. It's in the reality that I think a lot of it is if we don't make the connection to putting the demands on the local and the state, we will never see it trickle up into the federal level to start to see implementation from the executive level that will actually corral the momentum and the progress that Black men need in this country. I think our front needs to be based off of an economic front, one in particular that gives us gainful employment and trying to rewrite the dark history of the justice system and how they engage with Black males specifically. But I think what we are seeing is absolutely true. Now, what we do is we have to be in the sense of, I always say, if you don't see it, we have to put ourselves in place to be it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Look, we got to take another quick pause. When we come forward, Brother Todd, I want to get your take on what Brother Rashad just said, but more importantly, I want to get your thoughts as well on this idea that I was thinking about in terms of bringing us closer to our political power, talking about voting our values. Folks, if nothing else, we need to figure out what are the key values that we want to see on the ballot. And more importantly, how do Black men get in touch with themselves? How do we get in touch with ourselves, to vote our values? Folks, the conversation will continue as we have day 2 of the Culture's Black Men Summit, where we're redefining and celebrating Blackhood and Black manhood. And we're talking about Black men in politics. Join the conversation. Go into Roland Martin's YouTube page and be a Culture crew member for the day. And stay tuned. It's the Culture's Black Men Summit here on the Black Star Network.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Tape with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
I'm Farajii Muhammad, live from LA. And this is The Culture. The Culture is a two-way conversation. You and me. We talk about the stories, politics, the good, the bad, and the downright ugly. So join our community every day at 3 p.m. Eastern and let your voice be heard. Hey, we're all in this together. So let's talk about it and see what kind of trouble we can get into. It's The Culture, weekdays at 3, only on the Black Star Network.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in Black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
A lot of stuff that we're not getting, you get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in Black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Your money makes this possible. Check some money orders. Go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com. Folks, Black Star Network is here.
Hold no punches. I'm real revolutionary right now.
Support this man, Black Media. He makes sure that our stories are told.
Thank you for being the voice of Black America, Roland.
Stay black. I love y'all.
All momentum we have now, we have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, this difference between Black Star Network and Black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be Black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig?
All right, folks, welcome back to the Culture's Black Men Summit, redefining and celebrating Black manhood. We are into day 2 of our summit, where we're talking about Black men in politics. And joining me has been 2 dynamic brothers who I love and appreciate a lot. We have Dr. Reverend Todd Yeary that is joining us live from Baltimore. He's checking in to share his thoughts, as he's been a man in and around political spaces for many, many years, as well as doing social justice and community activism and grassroots work. And also joining me is my brother Rashad, who serves as the executive director for the nonprofit organization Community Law in Action, as we talk about Black men in politics. And folks, we want you to join us in the conversation right now as we're streaming live on Roland Martin's YouTube page. You can be there to join us as part of today's online culture crew. And folks are checking in from around the country. Have a great number of folks that's watching today's show to share their thoughts on this. But let me go back to you, Brother Todd, on this. As I was listening to Brother Rashad talking about this importance of engaging Black men, and especially young brothers, which is why I invited him. And I'm glad you were able to join us today, because I think there has to be, the disconnect first starts with the generations, right? And I think that the fact that you have older Black men connecting to younger Black men who want to do something to change the quality of life of their people and themselves and their families, that has to happen. That gap has to happen. But Brother Todd, I know you've heard this terminology. I believe Dr. King mentioned this, and I mean, other folks have talked about this, but there needs to be, in my opinion, a revolution of values in this country when it comes to Black men. A revolution of values, that this time around, when we are preparing for this upcoming presidential election in 2024, we have to vote our values and not just talk about what we want politically. And I think those are 2 different things, Brother Todd. 2 different things. What you value and what you advocate for are politically maybe 2 different things. And I'm not saying that they should be. I think that one's personal politics comes out of one's values. So talk to us as to understanding why it is important for Black men to be connected to themselves to the point they know what they value. It's easy to say what you don't like, but now we're talking about what are the things that you believe in, that you're willing to stand up for.
So, Farajii, there are a couple of things that come to mind there. Some come from the lessons at my mama's table. Mama always fixed dinner, and sometimes she fixed my favorite meal, but she was only going to cook one time. And so you had to make sure, growing up, I was the middle of three boys. You had to make sure that every meal at least had something on the plate that you wanted. You didn't always get the main course, but you got something on the menu. Our problem is we come to the restaurant not having an idea of what's going to satisfy our appetite. And so we allow then the chef to cook for everybody else and just allow us to sit down while everybody else eats.
All right, Greg, hold on, Pastor. Hold on, Pastor. Hold on. Come on, hold on, brother.
What you say? You say rewind. You got to
hold on. We're coming to the restaurant, allowing the chef to make whatever he wants, so she wants to prepare for us.
For everybody,
and we're not saying we're not ordering off the menu. We're at the table though. Hey, brother Todd, we're at the table, but we ain't ordering off the menu.
We watching what everybody else eats because we're wondering why didn't we get something on the menu? And part of that is tied to just showing up. We have this argument, this issue that we often wrestle with is because they're not courting me, I'm not going to force them to deal with me. See, the issue of revolution is you can try to ignore me, but I'm going to stay in your face until you not only acknowledge me, you respect me. See, part of showing up is not trying to get somebody to come talk to me. I get it. That's important. We want them to speak to us. But elections are not about who comes to speak to us. Elections are about us speaking to those who say they need our vote. Let me tell you what's curious in this whole thing in DC right now today. Do we realize they're having an election to figure out who's going to be the second in line after the vice president to be president of the United States as part of what we would call the lower chamber? Now, Jim Jordan comes from a districts in the United States are roughly about 700,000 persons. Not all of them are voting age. So somewhere you've got a subset of 700,000 people, not even the majority of the voting age folks vote, who then decide that he's going to be the representative to go to DC to put himself in a position now to possibly be the Speaker of the House who controls the agenda. All of your money bills start in the House. So how is it that we decide we're going to sit out of an entire process because somebody don't want to come talk to me? I don't need you. I'm coming to talk to you. I know where your office is. I know what I know your phone number. It's public. I know your address. It's public. And the beauty of it is, if anybody's ever read the Kerner Commission report, the Kerner Commission report is like confession on paper. The Kerner Commission said, here's the problem with America. It's white racism. That's a public document. Here was the other thing they said. They said something about Black power. And the definition of Black power in the Kerner Commission report is having the ability to swing the outcome of an election. When Black folks show up, we change the outcome. When Black men, it's like anything else. If you want to spook the political process, it's the same process that spooks them when you're walking through the department store. Just show up. When you show up and you vote, it makes them have to pay attention to your presence, and then they have to start listening to what it is that you're expecting of them, so that when they go in the back and they figure out what they're going to cook from the ingredients that are on the shelf, they may not have your main course. They're going to have something you want on that menu. I guarantee it.
I want to offer some pushback on something you said. Monkey Confessions, one of our culture crew members in the chat, he said, Black men as a whole know what they want, or we know what we want as a whole. It's just, and this is not what he's saying, that he ended his moment. I'm going to just add to that. But it's just the fact that we're not seeing it. We're constantly being told to engage, but the level of engagement, and I understand what the sentiment of some people might say, hey, you know what? This political space, I voted, like we talked about the brother from Georgia, Anton Bethea. He said he voted in every election and he still doesn't feel seen. He still doesn't feel heard. And one of the things, Brother Todd, I want to get your take, and then Brother Rashad, is that if people have a legitimate beef with political parties and say, look, I come out, I support, I'm telling people to do it, but how come you not speaking to my interest? And then the moment they decide, I'm not going to vote in the next election, they're ostracized, they're scrutinized, and they're being told that they're turning their back on Black people, when in fact, they've been participated in those elections time and time again. They tried to keep hope alive. Brother Todd, what's your take?
Yeah, you decided to tap into the quote of our dearly beloved Reverend Jesse Jackson, and
Right.
I was able to visit with him when I was in Chicago on yesterday. Look, here's the thing. Voting in election is important. It's an important thing. It's not the only thing, right? The next thing is if they start ignoring you, and you remember this after, Freddie Gray's rough ride leads to his death. We end up having to deal with, the aftermath of trying to make sure that we don't go back to that same kind of dysfunctional system leading to consent decrees, trying to figure out how you change the structure. That required a whole lot of showing up that had nothing to do with an election. It had to do with the meeting. We were at council meetings. We were at budget meetings. We were at community meetings. We were at meetings on the corner just to be kind of checking in. At the end of the day, we got to have an entire process. And here's what I often use as the analogy, right? Monopoly has changed the look of the board many times since Parker Brothers came out. They've never changed the rules. And simply by changing the appearance, thinking we're going to get a change in the rules is not how it is. And so while we argue about who's going to be the cat, who's going to be the shoe, who's going to be the cannon, nobody wants to be the thimble because, unless you know sewing, you don't know what a thimble is. You don't know what it does. But the issue is you got to have a piece to be able to play, and you got to play, and you got to do more than play to survive, to get past go to collect $200 so you don't get stopped on Park Place or Boardwalk because you can't afford to pay the rent. If we're not in the process to build the Baltic avenues as we move around that border and the properties get more expensive, then what we're saying is we want to just show up one time and then expect the rest of everything to fall into place. Voting is the starting point. It's not the only point, and we've got to make sure that we're fully engaged as we work around the board, trying to get past community chest, trying not to go to jail, trying to make sure we don't have to pay nobody no rent that we can't pay. Monopoly is the name of this game. We call that capitalism in America. That's the rule. How are we going to play this game? And they're not going to come ask you what you think. You're going to have to demand it. Power concedes nothing without a demand, and you can't demand from the sidelines.
Rashad, we're going to take a quick pause. When we come forward, I want to get your take on this, Brother Rashad. Plus, let's talk about what is happening around the country with Black men, getting them more engaged. I'm going to share with you the story of one group that is working out of the city of Boston in Massachusetts. Folks, Massachusetts is trying to move forward. They're moving fast and trying to get people involved in racial justice there. I'm going to share with you what one group is doing and possibly how that work can be duplicated around the country. Plus, I have to throw this historic fact out there for you, because as much as we're talking about disengagement, as much as we're talking about being represented and seen, we cannot forget there are moments in our history, Black history, where we can use them as guideposts for this new and uncharted territory that we find ourselves in. So folks, stay with us. The conversation continues right on the other side as we continue to have more discussion about Black men for the Culture's Black Men Summit here on the Black Star Network.
Folks, Black Star Network is here.
Oh, no punches! I'm real revolutionary right now.
Support this man, Black Media. He makes sure that our stories are told.
Thank you for being the voice of Black America, Roland.
Stay Black. I love y'all.
All momentum we have now, we have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, there's a difference between Black Star Network and Black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be Black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig?
I'm Farajii Muhammad, live from LA, and this It's the culture. The culture is a two-way conversation. You and me. We talk about the stories, politics, the good, the bad, and the downright ugly. So join our community every day at 3 p.m. Eastern and let your voice be heard. Hey, we're all in this together. So let's talk about it and see what kind of trouble we can get into. It's the culture. Weekdays at 3, only on the Black Star Network.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Check some money orders. Go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Culture's Black Men Summit here as we're talking about redefining and celebrating Black manhood. And today's conversation for day 2 is Black men in politics. And so I've been joined by my brothers Rashad, my brother Todd, as we've been having these conversations about this. And I'm grateful that these brothers are able to share insight. Brother Rashad, let's talk a little bit about what Brother Todd just kind of laid out. We have a few moments left in the show today, but talking about getting to that point where we understand and we not only know what our values are, but we understand our power, right? And I think that's the frustration that a lot of Black men, and you and I have had many conversations about, keep believing in a system that don't seem to recognize us, that don't seem to see us as the people that we are. And there's a group of Black men out of Boston that is looking to change the whole energy and culture of this whole situation. There's this group called the Black Men's Political Task Force, folks. And Lisa, if we can put the headline for this group, they were in the Bay State Banner. They were featured in the Bay State Banner. This is the Black Men's Political Task Force out of Boston, Massachusetts. Take a look, folks. This is a task force, according to their founder, who is a pastor, Brother Todd. The founder is Reverend Miniard Culpepper, and I'm going to try to get Reverend Culpepper to come on to the show. But Reverend Culpepper said, we formed the Black Men's Political Task Force to provide political training, voting rights training. He said, we want to lobby for the appointment of Black men to positions of leadership in government at all levels. The task force currently has over 40 members from around the Boston area who are passionate about the organization's purpose and message. Culpepper said the task force is looking to propose a quote-unquote New Deal, citing a Brookings Institution article by Camille Bousset advocating for specific policy and programs tailored to uplifting Black men and boys. In that same study from the Brookings Institute, let's go to quote 4, please. Thank you. Only 28% of Black men have a bachelor's degree or higher and also more likely to experience unemployment and lower pay compared to other demographics. Black men are 5 times more likely than white men to be incarcerated and are overrepresented in the prison population, according to Brookings. Reverend Culpepper said, when you think about where we are and you think about the excluded, underrepresented, devalued, and you look at our place in society, we believe that as Black men that we must advocate for Black men to participate in a more meaningful way. Do we need to have Black men political task force all across this country, Brother Rashad? Is that going to be part of this answer?
It's one of the many vehicles, right? One of the many vehicles, as you said, physical representation and a collective thinking to mobilize with the aim of doing it with continuity and consistency to understand that politics is a long game. But that comes into educational, that comes into training, and that comes in understanding how to navigate the system of politics, which is a system in itself and a study and a science. It has to be taught, and has to be taught in a space that's digestible. So I believe even creating a task force as such will be very valuable, but it cannot be the only and singular direction, right? Because once this one group dissolves or changes their own prioritization, it then not fits the larger masses, and it has to be localized per state, and even down to a certain districts and counties. It will all look particularly different based off of the individual needs, but it has to have collective value that we spoke on earlier. I always say this, and now that I'm aging into both my professional work and just having years of understanding politics as a youth leader to now a young adult professional, I'm making it more. I'm gaining a sense of politics from now. How do you play it with the understanding, right? I'm actively involved in politics locally, but it is a daunting reality to make sure that they understand what your values are. You have to be mindful of the transitions and the turnover between your elected officials. You have to be mindful of their upward mobility and their own self-interest of moving up the ladder from local to possibly even state to even federal, right? And we have to be mindful of that to know what is our gainful wins. I'm always telling folks again, if you're understanding, and it talks about, yes, the social economics, the educational level will always tend to be one of the factors of how engaged we are civically. But the reality is, do we look at it from a lens that makes it make sense, right? Federal, when I'm thinking of federal laws and things of that sort, yes, we have these cycles and term limits, but the federal law is going to have a long-term impact. Because it's going to be protected in most high the continuity between the House and the state. But then your state level is going to talk about the immediate prioritizations of fundings and policies that's going to trickle down to your local. And your local is going to it's going to directly impact what is happening day by day. So that's how I engage with a Black man. I'm first asking them, what is your immediate needs? What is your immediate values, right? What has been your long-term frustration? And then we categorize that to make it to say, all right, you may want to turn your attention to this, but know that in between of you going for this long-term game, these players are changing. The system is not, not playing. The players are changing, but are you willing to be a lifelong dedicated fan of politics and your interests and your values as much as you're just a long-term fan of your favorite sports team, right? It's no reason to die a Dallas Cowboy fan and you don't understand all the way to young childhood till you go into your elderhood and you don't understand what have been your values from a young person to an older adult. I mean, it has to be interchangeable, and we have to shift out jersey, right? I went from playing athleticism to playing the game of politics, and I see it in the same nature. I might love this team, but I know I may have to switch out my quarterback, and that's how we our elected officials.
I'm right there with you, Brother Todd. And we got a couple of moments left. And when I'm listening to Rashad, listening to you, when I think about the work that those brothers are doing down in Boston, the Black Men's Political Task Force, something comes to mind. Now, I had to pull this one out, but this is the book right here. It's called The Defeat of Black Power, Civil Rights in the National Black Political Convention of 1972. If you have not had a chance to do your history, look up the National Black Political Convention of 1972. And I think, Brother Todd, that when we talk about political power, that's why I said, see, some of us, we kind of come to the silly space of this ain't never, no. Black people history in this country, when you're talking about coming from a space of chattel slavery all the way up until this present moment, we have actually, I think, Brother Todd, we have touched potential ideas for our liberation through this sojourn, through our time here on the shores of America. But for part of the culture has been to forget the past and act as if nothing has happened, and then we're supposed to create a new future when there has been moments throughout our own Black history where we have seen glimpses of greatness. Yesterday, we celebrated the 28th anniversary of the historic Million Man March, because people was like, man, we ain't had no marches. What? Let's just look at what happened 28 years ago, right? That's not a long time in the big scheme of things. People say, well, Black folks never had political power. 1972, Gary, Indiana. Black folks came by the thousands, crowded a high school gym. This is right outside of Chicago, and started to map out for a 3-day period what the national Black political strategy will be. So Brother Todd, help me to understand as we wrap up this part of the discussion. How do we start to tap into our history to start looking at those moments in history as guiding posts? Because we are in a different space, granted. We have more challenges, granted. There's more technology and all of this thing, but we're still at the same place. Very quickly, I heard Reverend Jesse Jackson say this. 1995, his strategy when he was helping to organize the Million Man March, he said there were 8 million people, Black people, that were unregistered to vote. Our strategy is to get 4 million of those people registered to vote by the 1996 election. That was 28 years ago. That's the same strategy we're using today.
Yeah.
Talk to me, bro. Talk to me.
So a couple of things. You talking good there, as we say in church service. Look, one, you can't tap into a history that you do not know. So that's number one. And if we keep relying on the system of the oppressor to teach us how we actually arrived here, we then get disconnected from really the source of our strength and power. If we think about this whole notion of pushing back against the Black vote, particularly after the Civil War, that was pushed back against the Black male vote because women still did not have the right to vote. And so Black male political power is not foreign to us. It has always had to meet up against resistance that was trying to deny us the full representation of the interests of our community. That's number one. When you talk about Gary in 1972 and the recognition that we would push for an agenda, we've got to continue that. And the new fight has to be Black men reclaim your place in the political process. That's the only way we're going to make sure that we get what we need on the menu, and it's not our behinds on the menu in the process.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Look, I got to stop it right there. Brother Pastor Dr. Todd Yeary, let me just tell you, brother, how grateful I am for you and for your work, and more importantly, your insight, because to give us an anchor on which to think about these things. My brother Rashad, always proud of you, and I'm so happy that you're able to join us to talk about these things. Folks, just follow these brothers on social media. They're doing dynamic work, but they are pushing the culture. Pastor, I know that you want to chat about some things after the fact, because we do have to get prepared for 2024. We do have to be prepared. But look, let me just say, I think we can have a lot of pots cooking on the stove here, Brother Todd. We can talk about voter empowerment, but I want to talk about how do we cultivate the next generation of Black political leaders in this system of things, right? We could talk about making sure that we have proper representation. But I want to really seriously talk about how do we take away the stigma of the big ideas from everything from Black folks and democracy, Black folks and socialism. We could talk about coalition building, but I really want us to come up with a pathway to connect with other marginalized communities that have been oppressed because of white supremacy. Come on, can we think a little bit deeper? I know we can, because you've been doing it. Brother Rashad, you've been doing it, so I know we can do it. I know we can do it. Look, let's give our, again, Brother Rashad, Brother Todd, thank you so much. I'm so grateful for the both of you. Thank you for being so good for the culture.
Hey, thanks you, man. Always for the culture. And I'm paying you a visit, Reverend Doctor. I'm paying you a visit. I'm clapping up for you, brother.
We're gonna have a meetup. The numbers in the chat. We got to talk. And remember, Farajii, Mama had 4 eyes on the stove. Rice was on the back eye. You had vegetables over in the corner. You had the meat on the front, whatever that meat was. And then for those of us from the South, mama always had to have a little fat back to give it a little flavor. So at the end of the day, we got to have more than one pot cooking. Otherwise, somebody gonna come up short on the meal. We got to make sure all of our folks eat, not just some.
There it is, right there. There it is. So we're not only at the table, we cooking a meal as well. There it is. There it is. All right, brothers. I truly appreciate you. Thank you so much for joining us here on The Culture. Folks, that's going to do it for us. I thank each and every one of you for being a part of the conversation. Big shout out to the Online Culture crew, always holding it down. Thank you so much for tuning in. Man, oh man, we have so many great people, so many great conversations, and so many great comments to come in from the Online Culture crew. So thank you so much for that. Folks, we are going to continue this summit tomorrow. I will say for day 3, as we talk about Black men in education, I got some dynamic voices for you. Y'all ever heard of Dr. Steve Perry? Yeah, he's going to be joining us tomorrow. Also, my brother, Dr. David Miller, as well as an educator by the name of Anthony Peña will be joining us tomorrow. So we're going to have that discussion about Black men in education. So make sure y'all just get ready to tune back in tomorrow here on The Culture for another fantastic hour of the Black Men Summit, where we're redefining and celebrating Black manhood. All right, folks. Also, we have yesterday's conversation. I mean, just a fascinating discussion talking about Black men in faith and spirituality with Imam Abdul Salaam. We also talked to Pastor Jamal Bryant and my brother Zentola. Make sure y'all check us out there. We are streaming that as a separate conversation right now on YouTube. So make sure y'all stream it, pass it out, let folks know that we had day 1. Now we got day 2 in the bucket, in the bag. We want to make sure that we get the word out about this, and let's continue to support this process, and of course, this platform. So go to our website today at blackstarnetwork.com, download the app for free, follow us on social media, and your financial support will mean everything to us to power this digital movement. Again, you can find us at blackstarnetwork.com. Also, make sure y'all follow me on social media at The Real Farajii on Instagram, Farajii on Twitter, and Farajii of The Real Farajii on Threads, and I'm on Facebook at Farajii Muhammad. But I would love to connect with y'all on my Instagram page. I'm building the network back up on that space, so make sure y'all follow me at The Real Farajii. And again, we'd love to build with you. That's going to do it for us. Big shout out to my production team, Joel, Shannon. We want to thank Chris, thank Maddie, we thank my sister Lise and my man King Keenan for making sure the show is awesome and phenomenal. Stay tuned. Up next at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's Rolling Martin Unfiltered. As always, never be afraid to challenge what's wrong. Stand for what's right while being yourself in the process. God willing, we will talk tomorrow for another exciting edition and the 3rd day of the Culture's Black Men Summit, redefining and celebrating Black manhood right here, only here, exclusively here on the Black Star Network. Peace. Folks, welcome to the Black Men Summit here on The Culture on the Black Star Network, where we're talking about redefining and celebrating Black manhood. I'm your special guest. When I say special guest, I'm your host, Farajii Muhammad. Thank you so much for tuning in. Folks, we are going to have, this is day 3 of our fantastic summit. Over the past 2 days, we've been talking to Black men from across the country to give us some insight and analysis and some hope and solutions as well about some of the areas that Black men are struggling in right now. And today will be no different from that. We're going to continue this conversation. We wanted to have a discussion about where we are with the state of education of Black America. And so we wanted to do our part to bring some dynamic voices to this discussion, Black men who are leading the way and making sure that other brothers and sisters and our communities and our families are all gaining from this situation and this system of education. So without further ado, we want to welcome our very special guest here today. We are joined by Dr. Steve Perry, who serves as the educator. He's author and he's founder of Capital Prep Schools. My brother, it's always good to see him here on the Black Star Network. Brother Steve, thank you so much, sir, for your time this afternoon.
Thank you so much. I'm truly honored to be part of this conversation.
Absolutely. Also joining us is Anthony Peña, who is an educator and activist. He has been working with young people and Black boys in particular in underserved communities for the past almost a decade now that he's been doing that incredible work. Brother Anthony, thank you so much for joining us as well.
Thank you, Brother Farajii. It's good to be here.
Absolutely. And then in a few moments, we should be joined by, if I'm not mistaken, Brother David Miller. He's going to be coming and joining us. We're going to be checking in with him as he serves as an educator and author and founder of the Dare to Be King curriculum. Dr. Perry, let's start with you, big brother. When we talk about this issue of Black men in education, there are a lot of ways we can handle this conversation. So I'm going to start here. When do you think that it happened when we started to see a decline, and in some cases, a removal of Black men from the school system? Some people would go as far as to say that it was during that landmark decision of Brown versus the Board of Education, that once schools started to become more integrated, that we started to see something change within the culture of education of Black children, but more importantly, we started to see something different in the administration of education from for Black teachers. What's your take on that, big brother?
Again, thank you so much for having the conversation, because it's so important. But it's a bigger conversation than even the Brown versus Board of Education. Black men were never intended to be full participants in what we refer to as formal education. In fact, it was never supposed to be something that we were supposed to have had access to. From the time of slavery, the expectation was that if you taught the men in the community to read, those men would rise up and recognize that they, in fact, were human. And so the formation of what we refer to as public education was designed in many ways to indoctrinate people of color. The first public school that's on record was not 1635 classical in Boston, but 1634 in a school in the Maryland area that was founded by white settlers to indoctrinate Native people. So if you fast forward all the way up through Brown versus Board of Education and up through 1968 in New York, where they had the strike, there have been consistent efforts to limit access to education, both from a student perspective and from a professional perspective. Continue all the way up through now. Those of us like myself who seek to start our own schools are constantly met with the aggression of the white establishment, whose singular goal is to make sure that we don't get ourselves in a position to do well in school or to run our own schools within which we can do well. I'll take it one step further. If you imagine this, that in 2021, only 5% of all Black students who took the ACT passed all 4 sections and would otherwise be deemed as college ready. That means that the intentions of the system to make sure that Black people do not succeed in it have been met.
Wow. I want to get your take on that, Brother Anthony, kind of following what Dr. Perry is putting out there. Then I'm going to share something in that, because I think, Dr. Perry, you definitely are touching something. Brother Anthony, what's your take on it, bro?
And Dr. Perry's a pastor right here. He hit it right in the mark. We're not meant to be in the classroom. That's why we saw Black men, Black students place special education on purpose, right? On track to get them back because of the behaviors, quote unquote, where they're not culturally competent in their areas, or they feel like the institution of learning feels like Black students, and males in particular, are different, and therefore we got to treat them differently. And so there's never been an aspiration for me personally My first black male teacher was in college when I went to Georgetown University. So for me, I didn't know that was a possibility to be education, because all I saw were female teachers, or black female teachers in particular, or white males. So for me, it was never an aspiration until somebody else sat me down and was able to mentor me, and then I saw myself coming to education. So we see the battle here continuously. We look at suspension data, we look at learning disabilities. It's targeted against black male students continuously, and we see that in the spectrum a lot. And so it's a correlation between they don't want us in the classroom, and they definitely don't want us to teach true education. The reason a lot of people do not like education, quote unquote, is because they don't feel seen or heard in the classroom. So when there's a differing opinion on a viewpoint, they told that young man to be quiet, or there's some things that we might think differently and it's shunned upon. So a lot of times we become disvalued from the system because we feel like nobody understands what we believe in, and therefore we're almost criticized for believing something differently than what the, as Ruby Payne talks about, middle class norms. Learning is really based on and rooted in middle class norms, particularly white education. And if you remember, education foundation of this country was founded on white male landowners, and so only if you're a white male privileged you went to school. So there's never been for other people that said white males, and in particular definitely not black students, because they're in slavery, we're not allowed to read or write. So therefore this has been long-standing culture in America, where black men do not belong to education because it was designed for white men.
And I want to go back to the point that you made, Brother Steve, about this, because it sounds like we need to really have a different conversation. I'm saying we as black folks, we as black America need to have a different conversation about the importance of education. I was reading this piece with this brother named Sharif El-Mekki, who serves as the CEO of the Center for Black Educator Development, which is a prominent teacher pipeline that pushes for educational diversity in public schools. He was having this conversation, and he said this, and Lisa, let's put up quote number 3 on the screen, please. This is what he said. He said, there's this naive notion that school is a safe space for black youth, and it's not. He said, when we talk to black educators, it's not only that they often experience racism from their colleagues and supervisors as professionals, but they also remember when they experienced something similar as a child. But the effect is that now they're trying to protect children and work against policies and mindsets that are racist. So that's the trifecta. I'm experiencing this as a professional. I remember that as a child. And now I'm also having a classroom full of students, and I want to push back against that. Would you agree with that, Brother Steve? That is that trifecta?
Yeah, Brother El-Mekki is a solid cat. And let's just take it even one step further. There are very specific reasons as to why there are very few black men teaching. And it's by design. Like hires like. What that means is, if the overwhelming majority of those people who teach are white and female, then what they think is worthy of continuing the work that they're doing is someone who they think is someone who's like them, who makes them feel comfortable in themselves. And so like hires like. Why is that important? It's important because the largest employer in virtually every municipality, largest public employer in virtually every municipality, is their public school system. So their public school system is employing typically white women, and they're not about to give up access to great jobs, to African-American men in particular, African-Americans in general. And as a result, in most communities nationwide, African-Americans make up less than 5% of the teaching population, and black men make up about 20% of that. So this is not by accident. The teachers' unions, which are overwhelmingly white and female, the many people who are the Democrats who support them, who keep these policies in place, that in most cases make it harder for black men to be teachers, because we struggled in the classroom, not because we struggled, but they struggled with us. Then the tests that they give us to become certified are consistent with if you had stayed in class. And then they create a like issue, which is even if you become certified, you do all the things you need to, you're liable to end up in front of panel of white women who are going to say, I just don't see as a culture fit.
Wow.
It's a very clear process that leads to this ultimate end. It's not by mistake. It's intentional. So when brothers like me say, hey, all right, cool. I want to work at your school. I want to start my own school. I'm good. Just let me start my own school. He's privatizing education. He's taking money away from the public. They will do everything to malign brothers like me who say, no. You don't want us in our schools. You're gonna suspend, expel, and discipline black boys at a rate higher than any other group. So just give them to me. No, you can't have them, because then that means I won't have one of these good jobs. So you can't take them because I need them to keep my job. You can't start your own schools because I needed to keep my job. So you just figure it out.
We got to take a quick pause. I want everybody to marinate on that. And then, Anthony, I want to get your take. We're going to be bringing my other brother, Dr. David Miller, into this. Folks, join us in the conversation. You hearing what we're up against here in terms of the educational space. And I would love to hear from you, crew, as to what do you think we should do and how we should move forward in making sure we get more black men into the classrooms and into educational leadership roles. Join us in the conversation. We're streaming right now live on YouTube on the Roland Martin's YouTube page. Join the chat, be a Culture Crew member for the day. And of course, stay tuned. We still got a lot more to chat about with Dr. Steve Perry, Anthony Peña, and Dr. David Miller right here on the Culture's Black Men Summit, where we're redefining and celebrating Black manhood right here on the Black Star Network. We'll be right back.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Check some money orders. Go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Culture's Black Men Summit. We're talking about black men in education, and joining me has been Dr. Steve Perry, who is an educator, author, and founder of the Capital Prep Schools. We thank Dr. Perry for joining us this afternoon. We're also joined by my brother Anthony Peña, who is an educator. He's an administrator. He served as assistant principal at a number of schools in Baltimore, and he is on his way to getting his doctorate as well as he's moving forward in his journey. And I want to make sure we got my other brother, Dr. David Miller, who is joining us. He's an educator, he's an author as well, and he has founded the Dare to Be King curriculum, which is teaching black boys how to think higher of themselves. So again, I want to thank my brothers for joining us. Let me start with you, Brother David, because I want to get you into the mix of these things. When we talk about education, and as much as we do talk about, I know all three of y'all have heard the talk. I want to know for real, from all y'all brothers, do you think black people really care about education in 2023? Or is the role of the teacher just one of a babysitter? I mean, do we have a vested interest? Do we see education the same way that, say, our grandparents see education, or even some of our parents have seen education? Brother David, I'm gonna start with that question with you. What's your take, brother?
So unequivocally, I think Black parents and the Black community is vested in figuring out ways to ensure that our children get a world-class education. I think the challenge becomes you bump into systems, and as Dr. Perry and Brother Anthony were talking about, oftentimes parents become overwhelmed with trying to navigate a system that doesn't always demonstrate its love, particularly for Black and brown children. And so a lot of times you do see some apathy at the community level and at the part of parents, because you're bumping into a system, whether you have a child who has special needs or whether you have a child that's being bullied in school. When it comes to parents trying to come up to the school, trying to intervene, you often see a clash. And so it's not that the Black community is not vested in school or vested in ensuring our babies get a great education. The challenge is some people will argue that the system is broken. Others will argue that the system is designed to perpetuate itself and to create a permanent underclass. Whichever way you fall on that continuum, we have to do a better job of disrupting the system. And some of the ways that we can disrupt the system is by creating efforts like Brother Sharif in Philly to recruit, retain, and train more Black male teachers. But then we also need more Black school-based mental health professionals. So it's not just teachers. We need more trained, skilled folk who understand our children from a mental health perspective, from a community perspective in the schools. We need more school nurses, because there doesn't seem to be a shortage of, school police or local police patrolling schools, but those essential adults, those essential professionals that we need in the building to support the work that the teachers are doing is something that we really need to focus on.
And that's a different approach, Brother Anthony, when we're talking about not just getting teachers, but you need a support staff. You need an infrastructure of support for Black boys, and particularly for Black boys and girls. I know personally that as an educator and as one who's have served in that capacity of not just teaching in the classroom, but also serving as a guidance counselor in a lot of ways. And you have experienced great loss, because some of the students that you have mentored, some of the students that you have watched grow up, their lives are taken by the street life. So talk to us about that experience, and more importantly, why and how we can create a structure of care and support for our students.
Absolutely, Farajii. And as Dr. Miller said, young people now are facing more odds than we ever faced before. The reality is we're fighting social media. We're fighting the ideas in the community that are anti-Black at times, but also we're fighting among ourselves. There's a clash between what we need, what we deserve, and our young people are suffering. They're suffering greatly. In the last 3 years, I have lost 37 students that I know personally that I've mentored to gun violence here in Baltimore. And It's to the point that I stopped going to funerals, and just when I get the call at midnight at 12:03 or 1:37 in the morning, I already know what it is. It's not a positive thing. And unfortunately, 8 hours a day out of 168 hours in a week, 40 hours a week at best, maybe 47 hours in some schools, maybe 50, that's not enough time to help our young people out. And our young, and particularly the last couple of years, the most increased number of suicide has been among Black males. Yeah. And so we have this pandemic of COVID, but we never talk about the pandemic of mental health. Our young boys in particular are in pain, and hurt people. So when we want to criticize young people picking up a gun, we don't talk about what caused a young man to pick up a gun or knife to harm somebody else. There's pain in there a lot of times. And so we have to really look at how, as Dr. Miller said, how can we get school counselors who are not just there to service kids academically, but guide them in the right way. And we have the right people, the right that do not put them in situations worse. Go ahead, Farajii.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry, brother. I definitely agree with you. And Dr. Perry, by us creating that infrastructure or putting that type of investment, do we, quote unquote, cripple Black men? Because, I think that we're also, and I'm gonna just use the term from traditional feminism, where, You know, we're the patriarchal system that we are all a part of encourages us to stay stoic, to remove any type of emotions, to not feel pain. But now we're trying to turn the tide and shift the culture so where people do care. If Brother Anthony has lost 37 students to gun violence, and each day students got to go to school, life goes on, but there hasn't been a grief process, there hasn't been a processing period. It seems like it's asking a lot for a black male teacher to come into a system and to carry that great burden.
You know, I want to start with the first part of the question I heard you ask. I heard you ask if Black parents still care about education. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Now, there's some wild acting parents who come up and lose their whole damn mind. Yeah. But that's not because they're Black. It's because they're wild. But do they care? Parents who are Black are the ones taking a risk on a school that was opened in a strip mall. Parents are the ones who will take a risk on a brand new school or put their kids on multiple buses and take the risk of actual prison just to get their kid to a good school. The problem is that they have to accept that it's probable that the school won't like their child if he's a Black boy, and that they're spending an inordinate amount of time at the school fighting the school. And so they come in with their dukes up. So there's an inherent an earned lack of trust that our community has towards even me, our schools, because they look and they're like, "Oh, you just like one of them," because generation after generation after generation has been done wrong by what we refer to as schools. Continue down that road. So then when brothers do come into the classroom, the nurse's office, which is, I've never seen a Black male nurse in any schools that I've ever been affiliated with ever. Social workers, and on and on and on. We don't get to just do the job that we're hired to do. If you're a Black man who's teaching English, you don't get to just be the Black man teaching English. And I don't care if you're at a college, if you're an African-American man on an educational campus, you have to be, in many cases, more than you could even truly be. So the burden is so significant because in large part, many of our young men do not have enough men who are Black around them to recognize that we're men and we just feel differently. We respond to certain circumstances differently. So what ends up happening is the role and response to life that many young men have is narrowed so much that they think that the only emotion that they can have is rage. And the only way that they can show that is to be violent. And so because there are so few Black men in the ecosystem that our young boys can connect to, and because our parents come in not trusting us, and rightly so, even those of us who are in the system do so as usually the one who's fighting the distrust of mom and the limiting of the emotional language of the boy.
And very quickly, Dr. Perry, how do you break that down? If you see parents coming into your school and they have their dukes up, they got their blinders on, they got their walls up, how do you start to break that down?
It depends, to be completely frank with you. Sometimes they're in too hot, so that's not easy. But when they do come, beginning to say, "Sis, I hear you, Mom, I get it." Try to show humility, try to show respect, hear them out, let them say what it is that they need to say, let them be heard. Once they start to repeat themselves, once they start to use cuss words and threats, then you got to stop the conversation. Right. But until they get to that point, let them, as the phrase goes, punch themselves out. Let them say what it is they need to say, because they're afraid. If you are the mother of a son, if you are the father of a son, if you're the father of a Black son, a mother of a Black son, and you're not afraid, something's wrong with you. You need to be afraid, like for real. You should have genuine fear of how badly this can go, because it typically does.
Yeah.
So we got to try and find ways to work with them, hear them out. But another thing that we do is, I mean, the majority of our faculty are African American and Latin, period. And the majority of them are male. We work hard to make sure that when they come into the building, they're not going to just see one brother who is a security officer. No disrespect to the brother who's a security officer at whatever school it is, but that's not all we do. We have other stuff that we do too. So we have enough men who are Black in particular, but Black and Latin in general, who can honestly sometimes play good guy, bad guy, where it's like, all right, Mom, I understand you mad at him, but can I just holler at you for a second? Like, can we just talk this through?
Mm-hmm.
There it is. Look, we got to take a quick pause. When we come forward, more conversation with my distinguished panel as we talk about Black men in education. Stay with us. This is day 3 of the Culture's Black Men Summit, where we're redefining and celebrating Black manhood right here on the Black Star Network. Your comments coming up next. Stay with us.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Tape with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
I'm Farajii Muhammad, live from LA. And this is The Culture. The Culture is a two-way conversation. You and me. We talk about the stories, politics, the good, the bad, and the downright ugly. So join our community every day at 3 p.m. Eastern and let your voice be heard. Hey, we're all in this together. So let's talk about it and see what kind of trouble we can get into. It's The Culture, weekdays at 3, only on the Black Star Network. Folks, welcome back to the Culture's Black Men Summit, where we're redefining and celebrating Black manhood. Today, we're talking about Black men in education, and I'm joined by an esteemed group of Black men who are doing their part to change the dynamic and the conversation and the culture in schools. Joining me is Dr. David Miller, who is an educator and author and founder and creator of the Dare to Be King curriculum. He's joining us today. Also joining us is Dr. Steve Perry, who is another educator and author and founder of the Capital Prep Schools. And also joining us is my brother Anthony Peña, who is an educator, administrator, as well as an advocate for Black students. The jewels that you dropped earlier, Dr. Perry, is something that I want us to kind of hold on to, right? Just the simple fact of understanding the cultural dynamics. And Brother David, it made me think of, we're going through so much as it is on other fronts. And I'm saying as Black folks, as Black America, we shouldn't have to fight to just get a simple education, man. This is getting ridiculous. I'm thinking about the story. We've talked about it here on the show. The little brother down in Texas who got suspended because of his hair, and he's 18 years old. They suspended his little brother because of, quote unquote, his conduct, his violation of the hair policy. They not only suspended him for 30 days, but they also have decided to put him into an alternative school for a few weeks as another punishment. And I mean, I'm thinking to myself, Brother David, this is 2023. His mother has filed a lawsuit against the state of Texas. Mm-hmm. But it's like, at 18 years old, you're going through all of this drama because of your hair. I mean, he got the locks and, beautiful hairstyle. But it's just adding to, like, we're getting to a place, I would think, that we, like Dr. Perry said, man, look, I'm about to start my own thing. Or we're going to take our people out. Take our children out. What's the resolution for a climate like this?
I mean, I think, and that's just the incident that you referenced is just one of so many. It would take an entire show to talk about all of the cultural collisions that occur in classrooms and in schools, particularly with Black males, teachers, and administrators. But Farajii, and for those that are listening, we're in the fight of our lives, man, when it comes down to how we educate and socialize our children, particularly Black males. And it's going to take courageous efforts like Dr. Perry's and some of the work that other Black men and women have done who have courageously created their own schools. My son, who just graduated with his MBA from FAMU, Florida A&M University, he was educated in independent African-centered schools, first in Baltimore and in DC. So we need to ramp all of that up. We need to operationalize community-based rites of passage programs in communities. I just think that the system is not going to change. We have to do a better job of educating and mobilizing those of us who, Du Bois would call the talented 10th, those in our community that have the knowledge and insight to not only build and create our own schools, but also create these supplemental educational opportunities, whether it's, summer STEM academies, whether it's, you look at the Genius Academy in Oakland, where they're doing a lot of STEM work. And so I just think that, we got to get organized and do a better job of locking arms. We got to be able to fund our own freedom. A lot of this, we're going to end up having to pay for out of our own pocket, because the very systems that public dollars are going to educate, particularly Black boys, are failing. So again, we're in the fight of our lives, man. And if we're going to win, it's really going to take a more systematic and organized approach to identify what are the blind spots, what are the areas that we need to work on. And some of it is, how do we mobilize grassroots organizations to do some of this heavy lifting? You look at freedom schools, have a strong history across the country. All of those things and more are what we're going to need to ensure our children receive a world-class education.
Dr. Perry and Brother Anthony, if we're in the fight of our lives, right, and I truly believe, Brother David, on this one, that we are in the fight of our lives, but it seems like we're still confused as to which side we should be on and whose side should we be on, right? Like when we have these larger systemic institutional conversations, you have a sector of our people that may say we just need to reform the system. Then you have a sector of our people that say we need to destroy the system. And then you have a sector of our people that says, well, we can do both. And I'm wondering, is it really that clear cut, especially when you're talking about educating the future of our people?
We absolutely cannot reform the system. It can't be reformed. It is what it is. There are too many people who earn their livings by maintaining the system. We are often told that the reason why urban schools fail almost absolutely is because they don't have enough resources. That's just not true. It's fundamentally not true. Because if we were looking at the issue of resources as the determinant of whether or not a school would be successful, then we should send all of our kids to prison, because that's where we spend the most amount of money per pupil. So it's clearly not about money. We wouldn't be having this conversation on MSNBC, ABC, CBS, CNN, because they don't value our voices, but Black Star does. In the same way that Black-owned media needs to be in order for our stories to be told, Black-led and founded schools need to be the route out. We have to stop expecting that DeSantis is going to allow us to teach about African Americans in his schools. We have to stop being shocked by somebody saying something about our kids' hair in their schools. We have to stop being surprised that we have to go down to that school and get at them for coming after our son, our uncle, our father, our grandfather, our brother. How many more times do they have to show us who they are? How many more times? In the areas where we've been allowed to be successful, and I said it the way I meant it, playing sports, we've been successful. Doing music, we've been successful. I'll give you a really quick story, really quick story. So
Go ahead, bro.
we're looking to open a new school in Connecticut, actually in my hometown. We got the #1, we had the highest score for anyone who applied for a school. We had what the state referred to as historic turnout. Never before had the numbers been so high. At 11:48 p.m., just 12 minutes before the budget was passed for the state, two white legislators pulled our school out of the budget. Pulled it out. Man named Matt Lesser pulled our money out of the budget and didn't give it to anyone else. Just took it from us because they didn't want Black leaders to start a school in a community where the achievement gap is 67% of white kids can read at grade level, 26% of Black kids can read at grade level. We're going to keep asking. That's crazy. Put us on. So we're going to keep asking them, will you please stop being racist? No, I'm not asking anymore. I'm good.
Wow. That is crazy. That is absolutely insane. All right, let me get some comments from our online culture crew. Folks are checking in and they are listening loud and clear. Sharon Brooks, you checked in. You said, so grateful for schools like KIPP and other schools like Dr. Perry. They are doing a great service here in the Northeast. 6 days a week school program is an excellent asset for some community. Sharon Brooks, thank you so much for checking in. And that's a nod to you, Dr. Perry, about the work that you're doing. Janelle, you checked in. You said educators, responding to our sister Lana, you said educators should be in charge of how curriculums are chosen, not commercial vendors. That's how we lost phonics in schools. Some random person with no evidence-based knowledge sold it to the state. I want to bring you into this part of this, Brother Anthony, because you are an administrator. You've been in those meetings. You've been at the table. You've been in the room where curriculums are determined. How is that process? How is that process determined? And to Janelle's point, talking about, commercial vendors, people who seem to capitalize off of school and, more importantly, capitalize off of the sharing of knowledge. Give us some insight into that space, bro.
Absolutely. And so I'm going to speak broadly, but in general, school boards approve vendors, right? And so whoever has the biggest voice and gets the most money, then that's what gets allocated. And so they're right. Teachers do not have say in curriculum writing. There used to be a role of curriculum writers that were actually department heads, and now those roles have been removed in many districts across the country. So we don't have that avenue anymore. So what happens is that the superintendent, or what they call CEO now, or the chief academic officer, who does all the academic supervision, they decide what the curriculum is, and then they feed it down to the principal, who then has to feed it to the teachers, and then the kids have to eat something that they're allergic to, which is BS, right? And so we have a system that is not designed for our people. So whoever has the most money, when it comes to testing, about Pearson and others, all those people have big money. And not only are they big money in school boards, they have big money lobbies in Congress. Right. And so there's a reason why programs across the country go to Congress and lobby, because they funnel into school boards. And that is why a lot of things die or live in the school board meetings, particularly those who are appointed or elected. They have a lot of power and pull. And so therefore you're not going to find curriculum that besets our young people that need it, because there's money. There's money in failure, as Dr. Perry alluded to earlier, and there's definitely money in education. There are a lot of companies that profit off of Black children. Oh, yeah. They profit at NCAA sports in college. Now they profit off of Black dollars because they provide a curriculum where young people cannot understand or digest it correctly. So therefore, it leads to a test metric system, which is Pearson, who then determines, let's test young people on something that's culturally irrelevant, knowing they're not going to pass because we have bias in our tests. And therefore, there's an intervention program by this program. It's a cycle that continues to go on and on, where everybody's connected to failure.
And let me ask you this question, Brother Anthony. When we have a lot of our people, and I've talked to Brother David about this and others in the educational space, but I know that by me, like my experience of working in the schools, I've often heard people who want to come into the schools offer some type of programming for the students, whether it's for a small portion of the students or for the whole school, and they got to go through a larger process. Is that something that needs to be encouraged? And is that something that you would advocate for us to do at this point, to at least change up the curriculum in the schools, or is that something that we should not be doing, and really it's just a waste of time? Like where should we go with that?
I think it's two things, right? Yes, I think that, yes, talk to your principal, local community, and definitely advocate for a curriculum, because sometimes principals might have money in their budgets to just get a program, intervention program or a reading program that's appropriate, right? Now, if you want a bigger scale impact, we got to spend our money in lobbying as well. We have to counter what it is with our own money, and it might have to be, we have to sacrifice a lot of us to bring money up to get a counterbalance of what's out there. So yes, I will say for both. Get in the schools, advocate your curriculum like Dare to Be King with Dr. Miller and others like those, but also start uniting pull our resources together and create our own school board, create our own system that can advocate for our own curriculum.
Can you do that? And I don't know. Can we do that? Can Brother David, Dr. Perry, can we go into some of these school districts and say, look, we are the Black Parents Committee?
So you know what's interesting? There's a book called The Strike That Changed New York. It's about the 1968 teachers strike, where they shut down the school system 2 times in 1 year because the Black parents in Ocean Hill, Brownsville wanted to do exactly what you're talking about. The same things that we're talking about have been done for generations. We've been lurching, trying to get our kids out of the system. And when we couldn't get them out of the system, we tried to create our own exit routes. And then they locked the doors and wouldn't let us out. So can we? Yes, you could run for your local board of education, and you could create that in your local board of education. The public is you, it's us. But here's something to consider. One of the problems that we have right now is that we have too many people who don't realize that you can get the best curriculum in the world, but you got to have the people teach it. So let's use Connecticut, for instance, as a state. 4% of the teachers in the state of Connecticut are African American. 4% of the teachers are in the state of African American. Yet the state passed a law that says you have to teach African American history. Who the hell's going to teach it?
Right. Come on.
So who's going to teach it?
Come on. I mean, that's the question right there. Look, I got to take another quick pause, brothers. When we come forward, let's talk about what programs and what folks are doing around the country to create a greater pipeline of bringing more Black men into the classroom, and share with you some of the programs that are doing the work on the ground, and more importantly, getting you connected. So stay with us. The conversation about Black men in education continues right here on the Culture's Black Men Summit, where we're redefining and celebrating Black manhood, right here on the Black Star Network.
When you talk about Blackness and what happens in Black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in Black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Your money makes this possible. Check some money orders. Go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Culture's Black Men Summit, day 3 of our Black Men Summit, where we're talking about Black men in education. And as you can hear from our esteemed panelists, folks, of Dr. Steve Perry, Dr. David Miller, and Brother Anthony Peña, you can hear that this is not just about Black men in the educational space, but this is about all of us, that Black men can lead the way, but there is greater opportunity for all of us to be involved in every aspect of our child's development, especially in the school space. I want to kind of get back to some of the questions here, because folks are checking in, and my sister Suzette brought this piece up, and I want to get your take on this from all of you brothers around this idea of school choice, the school choice movement. First, Brother David, what's your take on the school choice movement? She said, for my sister Suzette speaks, she said, for majority of the Black community who want to see positive student achievement, should we support the school choice movement and focus on creating our own charter, private schools, hold public schools accountable? What's your take on that, Brother David?
I mean, I think oftentimes the challenge is, what are the choices that are available? And I just think that we have to come, as you know, Dr. Perry alluded to earlier, we got to get out of this posture of we still are begging and asking when we should be demanding and executing. And there are a host of schools and efforts like some of the freedom schools. You look at like the Eagle Academy schools that David Banks, who's now the chancellor of New York City Public Schools, created, where they have an all-male academy in every borough in New York City and one in Newark, and are doing amazing things. And you have Dr. Steve Perry in Connecticut and a bunch of other folks who are creating these kinds of schools across the country. So, you know, for me, the issue is, I mean, we can keep trying to do this song and dance, but the system is not going to change. The system is not going to radically start hiring more Black male teachers. And as someone alluded to earlier, I used to be a Black male teacher in the Baltimore City Public Schools. I was a social studies teacher, but they not only was I teaching social studies, sometimes they would be asking me to move boxes or go out on walk some teachers to the parking lot, or stand at the front door. And so I was security guard, a pastor. They had me doing everything because I was one of only a few Black male teachers in the building. I just think as a community, we got to come to the realization that we're trying to fit a square in a circle. It's not working, and it's not going to work.
We have to fight for school choice. It is the only way. Without school choice, you and I are not having this conversation. I'm at our school in Harlem. 5 blocks down to the right is Jeff Canada's school. There's no him and me if we don't get to create our own schools. There are not 400 kids in this building if we don't get to create our own schools. If we don't do this, this is our right. This is our right to make the determination as to how it is that our children are educated. I just don't think that our community fully has had the opportunity to get what it is that we have coming. Our kids are as smart as anybody else's, and are smarter than a few. If they're able to eke out the education that they are in the circumstances where they're being the most disciplined, most suspended, most expelled, least likely to take college preparatory classes, if they make it to high school, and still they're able to be successful in any way, then imagine what could happen when we put them in academic experiences where people believe in them. So we have to fight for our own schools. We have to. What else is there? It's like when you go to a banquet and you go and it's a particular establishment and it's like, the food is terrible here. What did y'all think was going to happen? You thought you were going to cook like your grandmother did? Why? You knew the chicken was going to be dry. You knew you were going to have your girl take the hot. Like, you knew that's what was going to happen here. So here's the solution. Don't go there. Open your own. Open your own. Why do we always have to beg people? We look silly. It looks old. I mean, it's old to me. I'd rather have a couple small schools than to send my kids to schools where I know they're going to get dogged. I know they're going to get dogged. I know it.
Is that though, Dr. Perry? Is that like cultural laziness for us to, or are we tired? You know what I'm saying? Like when some people blame it on the parents. One of our crew members, Real Brooklyn, he said it's typical. He said this. Doesn't matter what school, the curriculum will only be effective if parents are willing to be involved in their kids' lives. You can't put a value on parenting because it's priceless. So if we're not moving into that space,
it's not that easy. Yeah. Again, as somebody who's had to get in between parents who do and say some really wild things, and do some wild things. I'm not going to cast aspersions on parents as a group, because if you're a parent, one thing you know is being a parent is hard as hell. And it is as humbling an experience as you will ever endeavor into. So I'm not going to do that because I'm a father. So I still, as a father, you can as an educator. But I will say this. What we do have to do is we do have to encourage our parents to participate in a meaningful way. But Dr. King made it clear in his final book, Where Do We Go From Here, Community of Chaos, when he said that a school should be so good that you should not be able to tell who that child's parents are.
Woo! Woo! I love that, Brother Anthony. I love that. What's your take on school choice, bro? Oh, Brother David, you got something you want to add to that?
Really quick before you jump over to Brother Anthony. You know, the conversation is always interesting because white folks are starting their own schools in communities that they gentrify every day. They will gentrify a neighborhood, and then instead of sending their children to private school, they will apply for a charter or open up an independent school all over the country. When white folks do it, it's their right, but when we do it, we're being subversive or something is wrong with us.
Absolutely. Brother Anthony, what's your take very quickly, bro?
I mean, the two brothers are right. I mean, the thing about school choice came out of after we had integration of Black students into schools. White parents went up there and pulled their kids out of school and started their own schools. So, because they didn't want to deal with what was going on of integration. So why can we not have our own schools as well? Let's educate our own people, give them the support they need so they can be more successful. So I'm all for school choice and make sure we get the money we deserve to support our young people, because the system is falling apart. It's only a matter, Minister Farrakhan talks about in the fall of America, that the America's headed towards a disaster. We see that in foreign policy wise, we see that in education now. Look at our reading levels in math. We're not top 10 in the country and around the world. So what do you expect is going to happen in our schools? It's like going to McDonald's every day and saying, I have diarrhea every day. Are you going to keep eating at McDonald's, or are you going to just try to do something else, right? So at this point, we see that we're getting sick from the school systems in America. Let's get our own, fund it, and let's support it. I'm asking, LeBron James, what he's doing there. Yes, there's some issues with some academic things, but those are deeper conversations around that. But do what you have to do to educate and protect our young people, because the future is dim right now if we don't get in right now.
Folks, welcome to the Culture's Black Men Summit here on the Black Star Network, where we're talking about redefining and celebrating Black manhood. I'm your host, Farajii Muhammad. Thank you so much for tuning in for day 4 of our critical and important conversation. Today, we're going to talk about Black men in mass media. As we know that there has been a number of conversations about representation, presentation, and the impact of mass media when it is distorted or biased. And so we wanted to kind of get more into this because we're seeing now more than ever that there is a major bias in the reporting of our stories. There's a bias in the telling of our stories. There's a bias when Black men come into the picture. And so we want to challenge that and start to uproot that. And more importantly, start to figure out ways that we can change the culture, and most importantly, tell the stories the way we want to tell in a way that is going to work for us instead of against us. So I'm very, very excited to have this conversation. We're going to be joined by some dynamic Black men who are going to talk to us about this. But first, let me start with my friend and brother, who is a man that has been doing this type of work for many years, even though he's a young man. He's doing this work for many years, working in a number of spaces. He's worked here on this show on the Roland Martin Unfiltered on this network. He has done work at the at WEAA in Baltimore at Morgan State University. He has his own podcast. He is a media advocate and he's an executive producer. So I want to welcome to the airways of the culture and to Black Star Network, my brother and friend, Brother Alex Blanc. Alex, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Brother, I mean, that right there, I need to update my bio. I am blessed, Farajii. I am very happy to be. I'm very happy to be here. I couldn't ask for a better program to be on to talk about this topic, man.
Hey, man, I appreciate you, man. And for those who don't know, Alex is, when I tell you this brother is sharp, he is sharp, y'all. He is absolutely sharp, and he understands the dynamics. He's worked in media for many years, but more importantly, he's a man that actually cares about how our story is told. And so, you know, Alex, I want to kind of get to start on from you when we look at this situation of Black men in mass media. As a young Black man, you've been in a lot of different spaces. Mm-hmm. You've worked with everyone from Oprah Winfrey. You worked all the way up to presidents of HBCUs and colleges. You worked with hip hop artists in all of your spaces. Of course, you've done fantastic work with us here on Black Star Network, and we're working with Brother Roland Martin himself. So you've been around a lot of different people, but I do want to know, do you truly believe that there is an agenda to misrepresent Black men in the media?
Oh, absolutely. It's I wouldn't necessarily, it is an agenda, but then also it's a mechanism that has been used to oppress us for a long time. You know, I truly believe that the dynamic of the black household has taken a huge impact from that dynamic and that agenda. Being in the media, of course, I worked in, as you mentioned, all of the spaces, and I've just seen how it can influence all of us. You have the stories, and it's just ironic that you ran that piece from Roland, Uncle Rovro. Honestly, we didn't even have to have this segment because he said it all right there in 30 seconds. Going back to the Freedom Journal, where we wish to plead our own cause. Why is this something that was said so many years ago, but yet we still find ourselves having this conversation because misrepresentation has been at such a large rate? And then also we see how it translates when we are misinformed and how misinformation can spew hate, can spew a culture, can get somebody into the office that didn't deserve to be there. But when we look at our culture overall, there is a huge byproduct of this agenda that is still going down and trickling down into our communities every single day.
Absolutely. And I'm glad that you brought that up, bro, because I feel like we need to really take a look at the impact of that, because I don't know if people truly know how much that goes into the psyche of Black men, right? And I remember growing up, Alex, seeing certain images, you know what I mean? Back in the 80s and 90s, and for all the brothers in the chat, y'all remember this, right? Like, as much as we had, quote unquote, gangster rap, right? The emergence of street rap in that gangster, quote unquote, gangster culture. There was also Bill Cosby. There was also Carl Winslow on Family Matters, right? There was also, you know, you had shows like Living Single, where you saw Black men, you know, those Black men characters. You had shows like Martin. You had a lot of there was an array of expression of Black men, right? Growing up in the 80s and the 90s, and there was this thing. And the level of quote unquote consciousness, people would say that was like the Renaissance conscious age, right? Back in the 90s, where we were super pro-Black. I mean, we wearing X's on our shirt to represent Malcolm X. We rocking dashikis and Afrocentric patterns, and you know what I'm saying? And we were in that space. The Million Man March happened in 1995. That took things to another level. But then I saw after the Million Man March, that there was even more intensified effort to remove the positive, the empowering imagery of Black men, because all of that time, even though, like I said, you had gangster rap, I wouldn't put, even though Boys in the Hood was a very popular film in the early 90s, it wasn't a film to glorify street life. It was a film about how to get through street life, right? Like how to, you can still win. And so I think that after the Million Man March and maybe a year or so after that, we started to see this greater intensity to remove Black men, to start to diminish the imagery of Black men. So what should you say? Are we slowly getting back into that place right now?
I mean, there's a lot of people that are making conscious efforts. I mean, outside of just, you have your Ryan Cooglers, you have people that are stepping into spaces to try to take control and hone our narrative. You have Roland Martin, you have yourself, you have me, there's people that I have met that I never knew about in the job that I'm doing right now. And I'm just like, wow, there's so many people that are working behind the scenes. But here's the problem. I would not know these individuals and the work that they're doing if I wasn't in these spaces or allowed to go into these spaces. Now, I would say that I am blessed to be able to walk into the rooms that I walk into, that I am in. But let's talk about the average person that doesn't have that access. The average person that is just seeing what is mainstream. And what quantifies as mainstream is normally what is entertaining. But sometimes what is entertaining doesn't serve as what is within the best interest for our community. I use myself as an example specifically because I didn't, ironically, and you know this story, Farajii, I didn't know about journalism. I didn't know, I knew about Spike Lee. I knew I wanted to be a director, but I never knew of journalism as a route that I could really take and pursue within my career. But again, influence and mentorship, right? There was a conversation that I remember, I think it was Van Jones that was talking about how instead of trying to correct or reform people, we need to serve our community in a form of mentorship. And one of the ways that I have gotten even stepped into media was through the form of mentorship. My mentor, God rest his soul, George E. Curry, passed away in 2016. But prior to that, he was the one that even showed me what you could do. He showed me the power of controlling your voice and controlling your narrative. But again, let's speak back to how many people don't have access to that. Now, this is somebody that I've known my entire life, and he's 1 degree away from me. And I didn't even know this is a man who was a part of NABJ, who has done respectable things within the journalistic community. And he's 1 degree of separation, and I didn't know who he was. So let's think about how many people are seeing the impact of not knowing who they are or the potential that they can reach. So again, going back to your original question, is there are we getting back into that place? Yes. But there's still, I often say this, for every negative story that is out there, there needs to be a positive to counteract it. And I just don't think that we are there, not nearly enough. Actually, to speak to that point specifically, NABJ came out with a report in September about 60% of people, of Black people, think that we are misrepresented, or they think that the media portrays us in a negative way. 63%.
Yeah.
Now, for us to see that is a problem, because now if you already feel and you're going to an outlet and you think that they're not talking to me, they're not going to say anything positive about me, where are you getting your information from now? Where are you getting your identity? Where are you forming your identity? What are your influences? And what we see, because so many people are forming their identities off of things that really don't matter, that things that are not substantive, things that, of course, they are entertaining. Now we see the trickle down effect. We're talking about, I'm in DC right now, ironically, for the Joint Center Summit. And DC has seen an uptick in crime where nearly everything has doubled. Homicide has doubled. Robberies have doubled. All these different crimes have doubled. And it's sad because when you look at who is doing the crime, these children, and I say children because they're 18 or younger. At Morgan State University a few weeks ago, my alma mater, a 17 and 18-year, what are we feeding our kids? What are they seeing? What is it that says that this is the only outlet? And again, we're not going to do this by forcing anything, but we need to speak truth and positivity into our youth so they can be able to say and see within themselves that I sorry to go back. When you know better, you do better. But right now, there is not enough representation for.
Hey, bro. Hey, no, you good. Hey, no, because what you saying is truth. And here's the crazy part about this, Alec. The crazy part is, I'm gonna give you 2 quick examples, then we're gonna take a pause. First example, this is something I personally have seen. You go to a children's party, they playing adult ass music. The ratchet, non-edited music.
You talking about
to a kid? I'm talking about whatever your ratchet trap music is played at a 6 or 7-year-old party. So when you said, when you know better, you should do better. That's one, right? Second one, you go to a college homecoming. Colleges, and I'm talking about an HBCU. I know some of y'all about to hate me right now, but I'm gonna say it. We go to these homecomings of these HBCUs, and they have some of the most ratchet performing artists at homecoming, all to put butts in the seat, all to get the dollar, right? And these are conversations that are happening on Black college campuses about bringing certain artists who you know is putting out destructive content, who you know is putting out information that doesn't help to elevate and edify the thinking of young people and on college campus. You see what I'm saying? But this is our own people, all in the name of it's just a little fun. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And that's the part when you know better, you should do better, right? I'm not saying that we need to be perfect, but you mean to tell me that we expose ourselves, and I'm talking about little Black boys, little Black girls are exposed to ideas about themselves through music, through media, through their friends. Their family comes like number 4 or 5. Don't even put no faith institution in that joint, because that joint comes later. But through media, friends, and then family or something. But you mean to tell me their view, the view of children, is being influenced by some of the most negative, destructive messaging and elements, bro, that we promote to them?
Well, so as you spoke, it just made me think of like this up and coming generation. Something that I had to realize was they don't know life outside of the internet.
Yeah.
This is a generation that they have the YouTubes, they have the Twitter. Like my nephew is 11 and there's a culture shock where I'm talking to him about AOL and he's looking at me like just like stars around his head. But it's a double-edged sword, right? Because from the same aspect of you have a well of information, you can also have a well of disinformation. So we understand that there are influences all around us. So when you talk about like a HBCU, again, I went to a HBCU. I've been a product of it. I'm a huge supporter of homecomings. I've seen it. You know, there are artists that come through. And I've heard the argument that this is a representation of what we see. This is just our narcissistic standpoint. I would love to hear your take on this about rap being an artistic. But at what point do we take a step back and say, okay, this is the effect of certain lyrics? We can see. And it was ironic because I just finished reading Young Jeezy's book. And he talks about wrestling with himself because T.I. told him that in his book, and you can go get it for yourself and read it, that you can't live both lives. So you can't live the life that you are rapping about. And he had an internal battle with himself because he's like, what do you mean I can't live this life? And he talks about overcoming it in the book because he had to come to realize, oh, this is a facade. But here's the problem with that. These young boys, they don't know that. These young boys are thinking like, okay, this person is living this lifestyle, and to be seen as tougher, to get the respect that the quote unquote respect that I want from this world, I have to go and move that way. That's scary because now you have people, again, who are 18, 17, 16, as young as 12, getting killed, shot, and there are consequences because of this. So it is sad. It is a sad reality because I enjoy rap music. I'm not going to sit here like I don't listen to gangster rap.
No, I get it.
the same time, I do understand that there is a consequence of the music that is being put out. So it's a double-edged sword. So I know we got to go to break, but I just want to say this last point. When we look at this, the thing that also speaks to me when we talk about representation is who are the A&Rs? Who is within the record labels that are making these decisions? Because we always look at the artist, but there's always somebody above you. Who is a part of that distribution team? Who is a part of management? Who is a part of who is in the boardroom? And 9 times out of 10, they don't look like us. But yet they're the ones that's like, this is a great song. This is they control the machine that is putting out this content. And again, it goes back to literally what Roland was talking about, in that we wish to plead our own cause. For too long, others have spoken for us. And that is something, but the misrepresentation that comes from that, from other people speaking our own cause, we feel the impact.
There it is.
Consequences. But,
hey, bro, I got to take a quick pause. When we come forward, let's continue the conversation on the other side, folks. As we talking to Alex Blanc, who is a producer, executive producer, podcaster, media advocate. As we talk about Black men in mass media, I want to discuss in the next segment, folks, this idea of structural systemic issues versus anecdotal issues, because this is a part of the narrative that we have been given and are conditioned to believe in, that the anecdotal is going to be the true representation of us, when in fact it's not. It's used as that, but it's not. We're going to get into more conversation and details. Plus, I want to hear from you. Make sure you join us in the chat as we're streaming live on YouTube and Facebook. And we'd love to hear what you got to say. Just go on the Roland Martin's YouTube page, post your comments, and let's continue the conversation on the other side. You're tuned into the Culture's Black Men Summit, where we're redefining and celebrating Black manhood right here on the Black Star Network.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in Black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in Black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Check some money orders. Go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com.
I'm Farajii Muhammad, live from LA. And this is The Culture. The Culture is a two-way conversation. You and me. We talk about the stories, politics, the good, the bad, and the downright ugly. So join our community every day at 3 p.m. Eastern and let your voice be heard. Hey, we're all in this together. So let's talk about it and see what kind of trouble we can get into. It's The Culture, weekdays at 3, only on the Black Star Network. All right, folks, welcome back to the Culture's Black Men Summit, where we're redefining and celebrating Black manhood. And today, our focus is Black men and mass media. And we're joined by my brother and friend, Brother Alex Blanc, who is an executive producer. He is a podcaster, media advocate, and just a brother who's been in a number of different spaces as he's looking at this landscape of media and giving us his insight, his thoughts on what we can do to improve the representation of Black men in mass media. Now, folks, I invite you to join us in the conversation. We're streaming live on Facebook and on YouTube, and it's on our YouTube page under Roland Martin, where you can join us as part of the online culture crew, and you can post your comments, share your questions and your thoughts about this topic as we continue to talk to my brother Alex Blanc here, right here. Janae checked in and said, big shout out to Alex for quoting Roland Martin. Absolutely. So we see that. Now, here's the thing about this whole process, Alex, that I wanted to kind of get your take on, which is I think there is, as much as there is a concerted effort, some people will go as far as to say conspiracy, but I do believe there is an agenda to keep us out, to make sure that our power is diminished when it comes to mass media, right? It started very, very early on. I remember seeing a documentary about Birth of a Nation, the original Birth of a Nation. And that was produced, and I think it was the early 1900s. And they were talking about in this documentary how it was that film where Black men in particular were seen as the villain. It was a film that is hailed to be one of the greatest films of the 20th century, but it was a racist film because it showed, and this was more silent at that time, but it was a film about the KKK being seen as a positive light to protect the honor of white women from Black men. And it was really about, it was like a KKK propaganda film. But the point is that it started from that we started to see how Black men from that very first film, and they didn't even have Black men in the film, it was actually white males in blackface in that film, but how the depiction started and that continued all the way up into today. So you're talking about at least over 100 years that films have been in existence, that mass media has been in existence. Black men has yet to truly been on top. Now, we have this thing in our culture that because a Black man is in a leading role, or because a Black man is seen as the front person for music performance, or whatever the case may be, and they garner some level of success, that all things are well. And I want to push back on that, and I want to get your take on that, because there's an organization called the Opportunity Agenda. This is y'all should check it out, the Opportunity Agenda, opportunityagenda.org. And they are an organization that is all about shifting narratives and talking about communications and culture have the power to move hearts and minds in ways that facts and advocacy often cannot. So we have to take in consideration that there is great power in the visual representation of Black men, beyond what a professor or a scholar can ever have power in speaking, but there's great power in the visual. But I want to kind of get your take, because there is this thing that I see within our culture where we raise up individual stories to represent collective pain, and all under the guise that things are getting better. So if we were to say, for example, oh, how can there be a wealth disparity? Look at Jay-Z and Oprah. That's an anecdotal story, but it doesn't speak to the long-standing systemic structural racism that exists, that holds a vast majority of our people from wealth. Whether it's banks, whether it's jobs, whether it's opportunities. Y'all see what I'm saying when I'm going with this? So this piece about representation and presentation, how do we get past because this is a structural, systemic issue versus anecdotal, how do we make sure that our culture in our representation and presentation, that it speaks to the structural as much as it does speak to the anecdotal, to those individual stories?
It's tough. It's an ongoing process, I would say. Ownership is one of the biggest things that I think that we have to, that would be able to speak to that. Because I was just thinking about the example that you use when you talk about the wealth disparity and trying to use Jay-Z and Oprah as an example, because we have a few billionaires, LeBron, Michael Jordan. But when you think about just wealth overall, I think if you put all of the Black billionaires in the United States together, they still don't touch how much just Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk make combined. You know, so when you look at numbers and disparities and things of that nature, and talking about both the structural and the anecdotal, I think it's a matter of continuing to have conversations like this, right? That's how we get it. Because for first and foremost, until you said that, it's just wow. You know, like you just opened up my eyes to something new in a different way to look at it. But I believe that we can't really focus on anecdotal, but the structure, there's so many structural damages that have taken place throughout society and what we see. You mentioned Birth of a Nation and the impact that it had. And we talk about the collective of pain and things of that nature that have come over time. And I remember back to I don't want to say hysteria, but it was just like the love and the joy of everyone when Black Panther came out. And just seeing a Black superhero in a moment. Now think about how many superhero movies have come out since then. I mean, have come out before then and since then. But for that moment, because we had one. Listen to this. One.
But that's not true, though, bro. That's not true. No, I'm just going to push back on that. I went to and I took my Sunday. I took Nigel there. Went to an event at Morgan State University.
Okay.
Black comic book creators.
Mm-hmm.
They had an event where they were talking about literacy and comics and all of this stuff. And if y'all saw how many Black superheroes there are in the comic book space.
Oh, no, let me clarify. I
get it. Okay.
I know there's more.
Yeah. Oh, man, please. And then for years, and I'm not talking, Stan Lee is not the godfather of Black superheroes. You know what I'm saying? Like,
sure.
Just in that space. But yes, sir. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
I'm of the era that, I'm not that young. You know what I mean? I'm of the era that was my first superhero. I'm just letting you know, Blade was my first superhero.
See, I grew up in the era where there was a white Superman, a white Batman. You see what I'm saying? I grew up in the era. I mean, that was it. Like all the superheroes were white.
And then also, I would say I was one of the lucky ones that was blessed to see a Static Shock, and I remember that feeling.
Boom, that's a great point. Yep.
Saturday mornings, waking up and watching a show like that where you saw, first of all, not only did Static Shock he was Black, he had dreads. You know what I'm saying? He had a Black father who was well versed, who could speak. You know what I'm saying? I was like, hold on. But again, going back to your initial question, like even for me as a child, I wrestled with that because also some of the things that are structural have been internalized. I have twists right now in my head, but I have to fight for that. I remember going to certain places where I literally they asked me, I mean, now, of course, with the Crown Act and there's legislation that is being pushed back, but I remember where there were certain places that said, can you cut your hair to get this job? Can you do this to cross over? So literally, I have to give pieces of myself to be able to step into this role, to step into these places, to step into these rooms, because as I am, present as I am, I cannot be accepted. So when we talk about that, those in my mind are more so structural than anecdotal. And I think that as we continue to have this conversation, it's just more of a reminder to us that although we have come this far, there's still so much more for us to do. There's still
Absolutely. Brother Damon, you said, Farajii, you missed his point. He was saying Black Panther is like the Jay-Z of your example in that space. No, I get it. That's true. I'm not discounting my brother's point. And you're right, Brother Damon. I didn't miss that. That didn't go over me. I just took that as an opportunity to also let us know that as much as there was all of this stuff. Now, remember, Alex, you and I were working. Of course, we were at WEAA when all of this was going down, right? And everybody was doing this all day, right? And and one of the things that I kept thinking to myself was like, but bro, like, are we putting too much on that situation? You see what I'm saying? Because here's the other part about this part of the conversation, that our culture will become corporatized and capitalized off of. So if you set the right tone, if you make the right character, if the right visual imagery of a Black man or a Black woman is just right, then that means that's going to equal money being spent, on that product or whatever that project is, right? There's going to be talk of, oh, yes, we are moving forward in our cultural representation, but it doesn't really push the needle in terms of changing the structural, systemic stuff behind the scenes, right? And let's not talk about the fact that back in the day it was, and this is certainly changing, that you can have a black superhero movie, black superhero show. My son Nigel, he loves watching the show Raising Dion on Netflix, right? Great show.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Great show. But remember when those black shows had white writers, white creators? You see what I'm saying? There's still that ongoing problem of making sure that our stories are told in different spaces. And so, you know, it didn't go past me with the point that you were making, and I think you were right. But it got a little bit on my nerves personally, because I was like, yo, we're pumping it up. And you know, black folks like, oh man, I want to live in Wakanda. And you're like, bro, you know that's not even a real place. Or bro, do you know some of the real places that look like that in Africa?
I want to give you an example, because you just brought up a point. My family, the audience may not know, but you know, my family's from Haiti. And I was first generation. I was born in, I'm the only one, I'm the youngest that was born in America. And this was my first year going back home. And I remember the coat, like it was a complete shock to me when I stepped foot on Haitian soil. Now we know that's going on. We see people that are trying to escape all the time. There is poverty in Haiti. But when I tell you there are some people in Haiti that are living better than us, and I was shocked to see this, because for as long as I have lived, all I knew about Haiti was that it was this, it was that, it was negative. People were getting kidnapped, you know. So again, the perception, and this is why I say it's not so much about how other people perceive us. It is more so about how the things that we are taking and how we perceive ourselves. How do you see yourself? What it reminded me of is like, wow, this is 1804, Farajii, the only country to win we fought and won our independence. And as a consequence, for winning, we had to pay we had to pay back to France. So this crippled our economy. But I am living on this earth, in this side of the hemisphere, in this country, and I'm being told all of these negative things. So I had done research here and there, but when I stepped foot and I was able to see some of the places and go and see the richness, you talk about Wakanda, there is definitely places. There's places in South Africa, there's places in Ghana, there's places in so many different places, but we have not been able to go there. And then on top of that, again, we don't own. Going back to these structural issues. You just had a conversation where you're talking about Israel and the Hamas situation. We don't control what is coming out. So if we don't have people on the ground that literally have cameras and are able to have, thank God for Wi-Fi and internet, it may not be the strongest, but to be able to put out these images, we would only be able to indulge what people are saying about it. And that is scary, because now you are control. It is a stream of control, in a sense. I'm not trying to get into no conspiracy theories or anything, but to understand the power. If you see something over and over and over and over again, at some point you start to internalize it, whether you want to or not, because it is now just becoming repetitive. And that is essentially what when you saw it with Black Panther, I fell into the hype just because I saw it. Look, at this point, it's like everybody's hyped over it. I gotta see it, because now I feel like you're missing up. I'm left. But guess what? It was in a positive sense, because at that moment, I felt proud about who I was. I felt empowered. But let's think about how many other times did that was taken away from me, because I'm seeing other people that look just like me being killed, gunned down. These are the stories, mugshots, all of these different things that are being portrayed in the media, cops killing the kids. And man, all of these things are happening time and time again. I'm sorry I'm getting a little passionate about it, but these are the things on the latter side. So for that one moment, and there's have been others, but for these moments where we have moments to stand and be enjoyable about the things like a Black Panther, we have to hold on to that, but then create more. It should be an initiative within ourselves to be the next Ryan Coogler. It should be an initiative within that, because you see one to continue. But then more importantly, this is why the platform that you have is so important. What you're doing right now is so important. Some people, this will be the only time that they will ever hear my voice. God willing, I have more opportunities after this, but this is the only time they ever hear my voice. And this is because people like you, people like Roland, create this platform so that other people can be highlighted. I did not go a traditional route. I did not know that I could be a journalist. And I know that we are talking about mass media and Black men overall, but this is not a message that's just for Black men. This is for Black women. This is for Black boys, for Black girls. This is for a Black community overall, because we need more of this. We need more summits like this. We need more conversations to be able to shape the narrative, and we can move forward with an authority. We're not asking for permission no more, bro. We need to move with an authority that, no, we are conquering this story. But again, it comes, look, the bottom line, it takes support. So y'all listening to my voice, support Farajii, support Roland. We need to use our dollars. We talk about the importance of the Black dollars and how the 2 hours, they say. I remember the TED Talk, I said the Black dollar stays within our community for 2 hours before it's sent somewhere else into another community and spent. But that's systematic, because we don't own nothing. We don't have banks. We do have banks. Sorry, correct. We don't have a lot of structural things that will be able to create that economy. So when we do like something like this, it is important for us to feed this fire. Don't ever let this fire go out, because this fire will be a torch that can be passed on to light other fires, and it already has. Sorry,
hey, bro, I got to take a note. It's just all, man, you ain't got to read, bro. Please, passion is what drives this show. So come on, man, stop playing. Look, we got to take another quick pause. When we come forward, let's have more conversation about this, folks. As I'm talking to my brother, Alex Blanc. We're talking about Black men in mass media. Join the discussion. Share your thoughts on this topic as we are streaming live on Roland Martin's YouTube page and, of course, on social media. So make sure that you join us in the conversation. When we come forward, I've got some more stuff I want to share with you as we have this conversation, because we also got to look at how do Black men from various communities, from marginalized communities within the Black community, how do they see themselves? How do they find a voice? If you're part of the LGBTQ community, if you're part of the community of brothers and sisters who come from the islands like my brother Alex does, but they don't see themselves as part of, as being welcomed by American Black men. Let's talk a little bit about that. Plus, later on, can we get some solutions on the table? Can we have some conversations about what should we do moving forward? How can we change the culture? How can we change the narrative? Folks, we still got a lot of work to do, and certainly a lot of conversations. So stay with us. It's the Culture's Black Men Summit, where we're redefining and celebrating Black manhood right here on the Black Star Network.
Folks, Black Star Network is here.
Oh, no punching! I'm real revolutionary right now.
Support this man, Black media. He makes sure that our stories are told.
Thank you for being the voice of Black America, Roland.
Stay Black. I love y'all.
All momentum we have now, we have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, there's a difference between Black Star Network and Black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be Black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig?
I'm Farajii Muhammad, live from LA. And this is The Culture. The Culture is a two-way conversation. You and me. We talk about the stories, politics, the good, the bad, and the downright ugly. So join our community every day at 3 p.m. Eastern and let your voice be heard. Hey, we're all in this together. So let's talk about it and see what kind of trouble we can get into. It's The Culture, weekdays at 3, only on the Black Star Network. All right, folks, welcome back to the Culture's Black Men Summit, redefining and celebrating Black manhood. And this is day 4 of our summit as we talk about Black men in mass media, having a very rich and robust conversation with my brother, Alex Blanc, who is an executive producer, podcaster, and a brother who advocates for the media. So I appreciate Brother Alex on this situation. And then, of course, I want to... let me just turn that down. Then I also want to, in a few moments, we're going to be bringing in another voice. This is a brother who who is an award-winning journalist. He's out of the LGBTQ community, and I'm certainly happy that he's able to join us for the final few minutes of the show today to talk to us about the work he's doing. We're going to have Brother Ernest Owens joining us as well. So let me get to a couple of the comments from our culture crew, Alex and Brother Ernest, as we've had this conversation about Black men in mass media, because I think it's important for us to continue to highlight certain areas of this. Corinna, my sister, Corinna, you checked in and said, you said a number of things, Corinna. So let me make sure I'm pulling your things up, because you're talking some good stuff here, Corinna. You said, this is why reading and studying texts of scholars are important. It provides a foundation to sift through the misleading images and narratives displayed in mainstream media. So Alex, what's your take on that? Having this situation, what's your take on that in terms of having people, having that basis, that foundation of knowledge?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a scripture that says, like, my people perish because of lack of knowledge. And I think there's a saying that my mom used to tell me, but I've heard it before and heard it regurgitated. So she got it from somebody else. But if you can't stand for something, you'll fall for anything, And when we do this, the importance of that research is there's so much, again, misinformation that is being put out there now. It is imperative that you do your research. It's an imperative that you study and start to make your own better judgment, get aware and get involved with the materials or anything that is of interest to you. But then more importantly, what is affecting you? So I stand there with you. I mean, I thank you so much for that comment, because if you know me, Farajii, we talk about most recently bell hooks, the will to change. And
yeah, bro.
About femininity and the malehood and things of that nature and love.
That's it.
There's so much insightful information that is out there. So I'm a true advocate for studying the game and just being a byproduct of it.
Absolutely. Let me bring my brother Ernest Owens into this conversation. Ernest, thank you again for your time and joining us today. As we're talking about this situation, I mean, I hate identity politics, Brother Ernest, so I'm not trying to just put you out there like, he represents the LGBT. But I think for the sake of this conversation, making sure that people understand that Black men are in a lot of different places, right? But what I do find to be interesting is the simple fact, Brother Ernest, that there are men who are part of, whether you're part of LGBT community, the Latin American community, the community from the Caribbean islands, like, from Haiti. How can those brothers see themselves? And what's the stance that Black men can take to start to push, hey, and say, look, okay, we as Black men, we are a diverse group here, and we all need to be seen and recognized.
Well, thank you for that. I think for starters, what we have to stop doing is creating those divisions within our own spaces. I think a lot of times we create those divisions before they exist. Largely, when I came to the industry, I just wanted to share various stories of my life. Not just my sexual orientation, that was one aspect of my story, but the story of the fact I'm an entrepreneur, somebody who, grew up working class, went to the Ivy League to get my degree, created my own, company as a professional freelance journalist, run various organizations that mentor, and I'm not cherry picking which Black person I'm working with, whether they're straight, whether they come from money, whether they come from a working class background, whether they go to HBCU. I'm a professor of HBCU right now at Cheyney University. I don't see all of those various factors. I allow to just recruit various people that got the talent, come to the table, let's tell our unique stories and build from there. That's what I strive to do. And I think we can fix that when we don't try to compartmentalize everyone or background. I think that has been something I've noticed a lot in the industry, is that we limit people's abilities when we pigeonhole them based on one aspect around the other. They'll be like, oh, this is a Muslim Black journalist. And it's like, yeah, they're Muslim, but they also various other things in Islam. And we
right.
So much. And and in some ways it's important to know the diversity of the group, but we also can't assume that person, like us as Black people, are only going to want to speak on one issue all the time. So it's all about
that's a great point, brother Ernest.
Diversifying the talent. Yeah.
That's a fantastic point. And I get that as all the time. People be looking at my name and they be like, oh, okay, so you want to speak on Islam and Muslim issues. And you're like, I've been doing this for, you know what I'm saying, Alex? And people see you, Alex, and I know you and I've had conversations. People try to limit us as Black men. And I think that we're starting to see some pushback on that, right? Mm-hmm. But it's still not as strong. And let me just share this with you. This is coming from and I'm gonna go back to the Opportunity Agenda. Again, folks, check them out, opportunityagenda.org, as they looked at this issue of representation. But they said that from the perspective of most scholars who focus on the topic of Black males in mass media, there is a clear causal story that links media representation of Black men and boys to real world outcomes. Mm. They said that in turn, for various reasons, media of all types collectively offer a distorted representation of the lives and reality of Black men across the board. In turn, media consumption negatively affects the public's understanding and attitudes related to Black men. And finally, these distorted understandings and attitudes toward Black males lead to negative real-world consequences for them. It also includes the understanding and attitudes of that Black men have of themselves. So when we talk about, and this is something that I see as often, that some of us as Black men, we find it to be hard to recognize and truly see other Black men that is not like us because of the mass media indoctrination that happens, right? So I can't accept that you are part of this group or part of that group, or I can't look past the fact that you are part of one group and I can't see nothing else. You could be the greatest writer, director, you could be the greatest producer, you could be the greatest host, but you are part of that one group I can't accept. So therefore, your value in my eyes is small and diminished. Brother Ernest, what's your take on that?
Yeah, I think, one of the things we got to do is, one, recognize the difference between corporate media, white-owned media, and how they do that compared to how Black-owned media do. Because I think we make conflations about that reality. I think I work for various media companies, diversify the bag, I suppose. But I think about, the predominantly white media outlets I work with, I feel like I have to explain more. I have to make things make sense more, versus with Black media, when I'm creating content, when I'm talking to the community, I'm just sharing these stories and not feeling as though I have to provide even more context. And I think that's something that, for Black men specifically in industry, when we are included, how we're able to explain ourselves,
Absolutely. We're going to take a quick pause. When we come forward, let's talk about some of the steps that we can take moving forward on this process. Alex, I want to get your thoughts on that. And Brother Ernest, of course, from you as well. Folks, stay tuned. That conversation will continue, and we'll find some resolutions, some solutions to this on the other side, right here on the Cultures Black Men Summit, right here on the Black Star Network.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
A lot of stuff that we're not getting, you get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Checks and money orders go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is roland@rolandsmartin.com.
Folks, welcome back to the Culture's Black Men Summit as we are in day 4, just about to wrap up day 4 of the conversation as we talk about black men in mass media. Joining me has been Alex Blanc, who is the executive producer, podcaster, and media advocate. And we're also joined by award-winning journalist Ernest Owens as well. Alex, I want to kind of get your take as we look about moving forward. What would you recommend for us as a people, Black America tuning in? How do we start to do our part to just dismantle some of this power that we see coming through our screens and into our ears every day?
We just have to continue to educate ourselves. Just educate. Education is one of our biggest keys to freedom. Educate ourselves in the forms of what we're doing right now and having this conversation. Tune into people that are actually speaking truth. Tune into people that are actually advocating for you. Don't find yourself into places that are just redundant information. That are spewing redundant information that are not feeding your spirit, not feeding your soul, not feeding your being of who you are as an African American. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, the path forward looks like it's there's so many different ways that we can go, but the one thing that we have to continue to do is move forward. No matter how it may look, is just to know that there are people that have pushed us to the place that we are now and continue to take the efforts that our ancestors put in to continue to move forward. But again, lastly, before I go, support the institutions that are already advocating for you, for me, and for all of us. So I'm gonna give this bug again and plug this in. Support Farajii Muhammad. I don't know the Cash App, but I know that Roland got a commercial that he's probably gonna run after this. Support, grab everything. Support the institutions that are out here advocating. Because I could tell you this, not just because I have been there and in that room, I know for a fact that these individuals at the Black Star Network are on the ground for everything pertaining to our people. And if they had more people in that staff room, we would be everywhere. So support the institutions that are supporting you.
Absolutely. I love it. Brother Ernest, what will be your recommendations? We're talking about moving forward here. What can Black America do to start that process or to continue that process?
I think the biggest thing we should do is make it a point to amplify and embolden Black journalism organizations across this country. I am a member of the Philadelphia Association of Black Journalists on the local level. There are several Black journalism associations across the country locally that we should be supporting, for various reasons, because we need to find community and link up. And I think too often we try to do it on a national scale, but it's really in our own backyards, like looking at the Black publications and TV stations, looking at those Black journalists in our community telling our stories and building coalition and building people brick by brick, block by block, city by city, state by state, to have a more national unison. Because I think we are out here together and we're doing a lot of this work in silos, and we need to really come together. And that won't help if we're not looking and seeing the brother across from us on the radio side, the TV side, and bringing people together and bringing us together and sharing resources and growing together.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I love that, big brother Ernest, and I appreciate you for pointing that out as well. And Alex, I couldn't agree with you more. You know, it's easy for us to get into a space of criticizing, right? It's easy for us to start shouting and screaming, oh man, we need to see more representation. But I'm going back to the point you just made, brother Ernest. Start locally, start at home. Like we're probably in a space where there are more spaces for Black people and Black men to tell their stories than there ever been. And you know this, Alex, because of podcasting. There are more podcasters now than, man, probably more podcasters now than radio shows and TV shows. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's always a space for Black men to be heard and seen and felt and understood. But it just requires us to be knowledgeable about those spaces, and more important, like you saying, being supportive of it. The other thing is, this is something that came from the opportunity agenda. They pointed out, and I agree with this, that Black men need to be a part of the production and content creation process every single step of the way. You're doing the work that you do for Values Partnership, Alex, so you know that behind the scenes means everything. Yes, you can have a smiling, handsome man standing in front of that camera, but if you don't have a Black cinematographer, a Black director, a Black sound person, a Black producer, all of those roles that need to be played for the creation of those productions and that content, it's going to be a band. I saw Shannon Sharp. He was talking to Ocho Cinco. If y'all ever see Shannon, Uncle Shannon, and him and Ocho Cinco, they have the funniest conversation. But very quickly, he said this. He was talking about the time he went on to do a show and the makeup artist made up his face, and he said they did not know how to, the woman did not know how to apply makeup to a dark-skinned Black man. Just something as simple as that. And how he felt embarrassed and was not happy with the end result of her makeup style of Black men. There's a space for everybody in the process. Brother Alex, what's your take on that? I know you got something to say on that, bro.
I mean, you just said it. Like, there is a place for everybody across the process, and it's important because just want to think back to in 2020 when you have all of these corporations that made commitments. Everybody was making a commitment to DEI efforts and everything, and you think about how the process has fallen off. How many of these corporations are still falling in line with the promises that they made then? So this is why it is important for us to be in these rooms every step of the process, because you'll have that individual that's like, wait. No, you said that you were going to do this. Like, this is what we said. How do we get from the beginning of the process to the execution? And you lay that out the entire way. So absolutely, this is very important. And you need, and again, what you just said is very important, because I need everybody to hear what you just said. Everybody has a place in this process. Do not feel like you are not worthy. You play a valuable role in this process.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I got to let you both go. But Brother Ernest, Brother Alex, thank you so much for doing the work that you're doing. But most importantly, we thank you, brothers, for being so good for the culture. Brother Ernest, we got to have you back on to have a much longer conversation about some of the work that you're doing, brother. So I'd love to have you on that. And Alex, we're going to bring you back on. We're going to certainly bring you back on. So I thank you, brothers, for the great work that y'all doing. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. All right, folks, that's going to do it for us. I certainly want to thank my production team. First, my very special partner in this whole process of making this summit happen, my sister Olivia Almagro, who has been working with us to make sure that these conversations happen. My production team. Folks, also check out my coverage partner here at AfroLAnews.org. Just go to AfroLAnews.org if you want to get the latest news and information about what's going on in Black Los Angeles. And Lisa, if we could pull up that website very quickly, make sure y'all can do so. And check out AfroLAnews.org, where they have in-depth reporting, culturally relevant information, all with an interest in keeping Black Angelenos in mind. So make sure you go to AfroLAnews.org. to get that latest information. And there it is right there. And that's the website for Afro LA News and the work that they're doing and the work that we're doing together with them. All right, folks, that's going to do it for us. I thank each and every one of you for joining us for this very special day, for day 4 of the Black Men Summit, Black Men in Mass Media. Make sure you let your friends and family know that over these past few days, we've been having these conversations. And so we want to make sure that we spread them out. We share these the links as much as possible, and just keep us informed about all of these things. Tomorrow, we're going to have our final day of the summit, and we're going to talk about Black men in the family and community. We're going to be checking in with Dr. Ray Winbush, my man Elijah Miles, and another brother and others who are going to give us some insight on how we can hold up our end of the bargain, brothers, of being family men leading the community. So that is going to be tomorrow's conversation. All right, as always, never be afraid to challenge what's wrong, stand for what's right while being yourself in the process. God willing, we will talk tomorrow for another exciting edition of The Culture right here, only here, exclusively here on the Black Star Network. Follow us on social media and stay tuned. Up next at 6 p.m. is Roland Martin Unfiltered. Have a great evening. Peace. All right, folks, welcome back to The Culture. Welcome to The Culture's Black Men Summit, day 5 of our summit as we are redefining and celebrating Black manhood. I'm your host, Farajii Muhammad. Man, oh man, first, it has been a phenomenal week here on The Culture as we've been having these conversations. Now, we started this conversation talking about the Black man as an individual, right? We talked about the 28th anniversary of the historic Million Man March. That was a call to action for Black men to atone, reconcile, and take responsibility. That was an individual effort. Well, we wanted to end the conversation about Black men focusing on themselves, not on themselves, but on their families and their communities. That's the progression of the week, folks. That's the thinking behind these conversations, that a Black man as an individual grows into his understanding of the role that he plays as himself, but more importantly, the role that he plays within given family unit, a community unit, a given structure. It's important that Black men see the evolution in the progression of their role. So we wanted to have that final conversation. That's why I'm wearing my shirt, y'all. Dope Black Dad. Look, there is no future for Farajii Muhammad if I'm not in the best mind state for my children. My son Nigel, my daughter Nyana. I could be all I want to be by myself, but it is for them that I have to lay the foundation so that way their future is even brighter than mine. So that's the process of this. Now, as we have this conversation, of course, we want to invite you to join us as we're streaming live right now on Roland Martin's YouTube page, and you can join us in the chat as a Culture crew member for today. And we would love to hear from you. Now, my first guest in this conversation is a brother who I have a great amount of love and respect for. He's never talking about madness or foolishness. When you follow him on social media, you're going to learn something from this brother. And so I am so happy and honored and privileged to once again talk to my brother about this. He is the author of the book, The Warrior Method, How to Raise Black Boys, a book that I have tapped into when I had my first child, my son. And let me just tell y'all, I tell this story all the time, but it was Dr. Winbush that gave me the insight on what it means to be a great father, the great wisdom that he imparted to me. When I told him, I said, Doc, I'm having a son. What do I do? And I literally said to this man, I don't know how to be a man. He kind of laughed at me. He said, Farajii, I'm only going to give you one piece of advice. Just be yourself. That's right. And everything else will come to you. And I never, ever, ever forgot that. As my son is 10 years old, my daughter is 4. Never forgot that. Be yourself. So I want to welcome, he is an author of the book. He's a professor. He's a researcher. And we are so happy to have him back on the show, Dr. Ray Winbush. Dr. Winbush.
Hey, man, how you doing?
I'm trying to be dope.
You're my spirit son, because, you know, my son name is Farajii too. He has one eye in his name, but
I have 2 eyes. Isn't that crazy, y'all? Look at that.
All by design.
It's all by design. Dr. Winbush, once again, we are always a blessing to have you. Let's talk a little bit about this role of Black men in the family. I want to start it off here because there has often been, we had a conversation yesterday about Black men in our presentation and representation in mass media. And I think that a lot of times the conversation about the role of Black men is predicated upon the narrative that is put out through mass media. But I want to go deeper than that, Doc, because I feel like when we talk about mass media, that's still the enemy of our rise, still control that, right? And that's outside of us. I want to talk about when you have Black men who choose to show up in their children's lives, right? Who choose, regardless of the circumstances of their relationship, the distance, the physical distance, or even legal challenges, that they made a decision to show up. That's the different type of Black man, and that's the brothers I want to just kind of highlight today, because I think it's important that it's not just say, oh, if we had more media representation, we would see an increase in Black male engagement in their family. Now, let me just debunk this myth. Black men are the most engaged men in the country with their children. There have been actual reports about this, and I know Doc can speak on that, but I want to let y'all know, if you did not know, Black men are the most engaged men. They did a study that said that Black men will play, dress up, do makeup, and have tea more than any other groups of fathers in the country.
Well, you're absolutely correct. And I think what happens is that too often Black folk believe the hype about us in general, but particularly about Black men. And as you said, the study you quoted is from the Pew Foundation. And they did an empirical study, said that Black men, even if they're divorced, even if they're separated, they have far more contact with their children than do white men. But see, the image is that somehow Black men are absentee fathers, or they're just not being good to their children or around their children and so forth. I always tell people the first absentee fathers in this country were white men who raped Black women during enslavement and did not raise their children.
Damn.
And you have to say, Adlai Stevens, she says that she's a great educator, and she says that Black men are the only men that raised the children of their wife's rapists, because we knew that some of those children were not ours. We knew, but we still raised them. So we have always been good fathers. And I know people will say something like this: well, the one I got ain't good, or the one that I know growing up, I never knew him. You're one person, but as a whole, Black men are probably the best fathers in this country.
Wow. We're going to take a quick pause on that. And then when we come forward, I'm going to continue this conversation. We're going to bring in our brother, Elijah Miles, who founded an organization called the Tendia Family. We're going to have him to explain that work and the work that he's doing to advocate and encourage more Black men to not just get involved in their family, but in community life. So we got a lot to talk about on today's edition of the Black Men's Summit here on The Culture. Stay with us. The conversation will continue on the other side.
Folks, Black Star Network is here.
Oh, no punches! I'm real revolutionary right now.
Support this man, Black Media. He makes sure that our stories are told.
Thank you for being the the voice of Black America rolling.
Stay black. I love y'all.
All momentum we have now, we have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, there's a difference between Black Star Network and Black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be Black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig?
I'm Farajii Muhammad, live from LA. And this is The Culture. The Culture is a two-way conversation. You and me. We talk about the stories, politics, the good, the bad, and the downright ugly. So join our community every day at 3 p.m. Eastern and let your voice be heard. Hey, we're all in this together. So let's talk about it and see what kind of trouble we can get into. It's The Culture. Weekdays at 3, only on the Black Star Network.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in Black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in Black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Check some money orders. Go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Culture's Black Men Summit, where we're redefining and celebrating Black manhood. Today is the final conversation, the final installment of the summit. And today we're focusing on Black men in family and community life. And joining us for this conversation has been Dr. Ray Winbush, who is the author of the book, The Warrior Method, How to Raise Black Boys. He's also a professor at Morgan State University, a researcher and an advocate of Black manhood and fathers in the community. And we're also joined by my brother Elijah Miles. Now, y'all remember Elijah used to be on a show early in the earlier stages of the show's growth and development. My brother has expanded since then. He has now serving as the founder of the nonprofit organization, the Tendea Family. He started a family on his own. He just comes back to the culture a whole different man. Let's bring Brother Elijah Miles back in. And peace and blessings, Brother Elijah. How are you, dear brother?
Hey, peace. I'm doing well. I got you mention that I'm a Morgan grad, since you got the letter.
Oh, yes. You got to mention that. You are a Morgan State Bear, brother. So you definitely are doing a thing. Let's talk a little bit about the work that you're doing. Your community organization is called the Tendea Family. Mm-hmm. First, talk to us. What does that mean? And why did you decide to take on that approach to community organizing?
So back when I was at Morgan State University, in the aftermath of the Freddie Gray uprisings, myself and some students from some students from Morgan State University, and then also some people that wasn't a part of at Morgan State, we basically, what happened is that in that aftermath, when we saw CNN and MSNBC and all of the civil rights legends from around the world come to Baltimore City, and then we seen after they left and the cameras left that much on the ground didn't change, we said that it's going to take more than a moment, a protest, a situation that's going to change Baltimore City. It's going to take Black men and boys coming together, sacrificing time, money, energy, effort to shift and change things. And that's what's going to change Baltimore City. And so to the best of our ability, we've been doing that work ever since. Tendea, the word Tendea is Kiswahili slang for hustle. And hustle is the acronym for our founding principles: honor, unity, sacrifice, trust, love, and excellence. And lastly, I would say that Tendea is not a new organization in our methods and our goals. We walking in the footsteps, to the best of our ability, of the UNIA, Malcolm X, and the NOI, and also the Black Panther Party for self-defense, and trying to continue that work and continue and get to those goals that our ancestors set out to get to, that fell short of, or, you know, transition before the time.
Brother Elijah, and then I'm going to get your take on this, Dr. Wimbush. But Brother Elijah, your approach, as you're talking about the traditions that y'all are working in, your approach has been more of, look, brothers, y'all need to get to work. Y'all need to come and get involved. You need to get involved and see yourself as part of the family, leading the family. What's been some of the ways that you've been doing that, and what has been the response that you've gotten from Black men?
So how we've been doing it is a real direct action, boots on the ground approach. So we do community cleanups every week, community cleanups and giveaways, mostly in East Baltimore and the McElderly Park community, or as we know it, is down the hill. And it's a practical way of mobilizing people and getting people out. Another way we've been doing it is getting people that's from different walks of life. College students, getting college students to come out, getting people that didn't graduate from high school to come out, getting the youth to come out. But it's about in our community showing face and being represented, especially as men, being involved inside our community, because we believe in Tendea that the 9-to-5 Black man, the Black man that go to work and come home, the Black man that ain't on the corner, the Black man that ain't, you know what I mean, ain't a part of the statistics that they say about Baltimore City about Black men. We believe that those Black men have to get involved, because it's a whole lot of young men that's out here that are without men in their lives. And when the Black men that are on the straight path, the right path, whatever you call it, when they get involved, the thing can shift in every neighborhood, not just in Baltimore City, but around the country, in Chicago and New York. And so we take a real practical, hands-on approach, and we create programs so that men can get active and come out and do something practical that shift and change their community and mentor the youth.
Very quickly, Brother Elijah, then I'm going to Dr. Wimbush. What is that? Who inspired you? Have you talk to us about the father figures or your dad in your life, and because how did you get to this place at such a young age?
So I was honored to have a father in my life. My father, he was 48 when he had me. He fought in the Vietnam War. Even though I'm a young man, he was an older guy. And basically, I had a father in my life. I had big brothers in my life, older brothers. I had mentors, but I would say one of the people that changed my life was in middle school. I had a middle school teacher named Mr. Scott, and he had like natural form locks, you know, the locks you don't get retwisted. And so naturally from Baltimore City, I thought he was a Jamaican. So I never forget, Brother Farajii, he had this red, black, and green flag on his desk when I was in the 7th grade. And one time I asked Mr. Scott, who flag is that? Thinking he would say Jamaica. And he stopped what he was doing. And he'll never forget, he said, Elijah, that's your flag. And then from that point on, he began to mentor me about Black history, giving me books about Malcolm X, Native Son, Black Boy, the autobiography of Malcolm X, teaching me about Garvey. And then he began to break the narrative that I had received from society, from the music, from the movies, that a Black man is a killer, a robber, and a drug dealer. And he began to build in me that to be a Black man is to be as Malcolm X was, to be as Garvey was, and that I had a duty, I had a purpose to push the Black community forward as a Black man. And so he broke down that idea of the real N-word in my mind. And I no longer strove to be that, because I was striving to be that, even as a middle schooler. And he put that image of like Black men fighting for their community, this long line of Black men are fighting for a community. I was born a part of this basic fraternity of Black men, and that I had to, you know, carry it on as such. And so Mr. Scott, I would say, is one of the most pivotal people in my life and in my development.
Damn. Dr. Wimbush, you can't. I mean, you working. You're a father and you're a professor. You're an educator. That's a powerful story. I'm sure that you probably heard many stories like this of Black brothers, young brothers who come into their own and who have a greater consciousness. And as a psychologist, talk to us about this. Like, put that little seed in a Black boy's head to make him think differently from what other people have told him outside and influences. What is really going on in that process? Give us some insight into that moment.
Well, Brother Elijah is what you call in Ethiopia a jegna. And a jegna is hard to translate it, but it's a man who loves his community, will protect his community, will die for his community, and who builds his community. And I can tell by what Brother Elijah is saying, he has a comprehensive view of the Black community, and he wants to do something more about it. It's hard to say what triggers, there's a term in psychology called negrescence. And Charles Thomas talked about how there's triggering moments in Black people's lives that he called negrescence, and it can be a pivotal event. In my life, it was reading Black Boy when I was in the 8th grade. And after I read that book, things just shifted, the whole world. And then reading Francis Cress Welsing's book, The ISIS Papers, those books just shifted me. And sometimes it can be an experience. It can be an event. I heard Brother Elijah say after the Freddie Gray murder in Baltimore. And those are the types of events that trigger people. One white psychologist calls it a pacer. And I think that Black folk, you don't make them or you don't create them. They just happen. And it triggers in you a consciousness. For Malcolm, for example, it happened when he was in prison. So it doesn't have to happen in school. It can be on the playground. It can be somewhere. And so Brother Elijah reflects the best of what a jegna is all about.
Wow, that's heavy. That's a great compliment there, bro. That is an awesome compliment. Look, brothers, we got to take a quick pause. When we come forward, let's continue to talk about this. Plus, I got some comments from our online culture crew that's checking in from around the country. Folks, stay with us. We're continuing the conversation with Dr. Ray Wimbush, Brother Elijah Miles, and certainly you, as we are at our final conversation for the Culture's Black Men Summit, redefining and celebrating Black manhood. I could not end this conference any other better way than having these dope brothers joining me to talk about Black men in family and community life, folks. So stay with us. The conversation continues on the other side, right here on the Black Star Network.
When you talk about Blackness and what happens in Black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in Black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Check some money orders. Go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is roland@rolandsmartin.com.
When you go into a barbershop in a 700 credit score neighborhood, Black or white, they're talking about their ideas and they're talking about how they're going to move on those things. You go to a barbershop at a 500 credit score, equal brilliance, but bad culture, they're talking about other people. You go to a winner's barbershop, here's what I'm doing. You go to the barbershop of where people feel defeated, they talk about other people, either celebrities or people they admire, but also often, I don't like Joe. I don't like Roland Martin. Well, let me tell you something. I don't understand people. Why? How could you not like anything here you see? You should just be like, this is amazing. It's cool. You may not even like how he does it or how I do it, but it's like, you know what? They're succeeding. They're killing it. All you should be is, that's fantastic. But if I don't like me, I'm not going to like you. If I don't feel good about me, it's hard for me to feel good about you. If I don't respect me, don't expect me to respect you. If I don't love me, I don't have a clue how to love you. And here's the big one. If I don't have a purpose in my life, I'm going to make your life a living hell.
Folks, welcome back to the Culture's Black Men Summit, where we're redefining and celebrating Black manhood. I'm your host, Farajii Muhammad. We've been talking about Black men in family and community life, and I have two dynamic Black men joining me today for this special conversation, the last conversation for our summit. Joining us has been Dr. Ray Winbush, who serves as the author of the book, The Warrior Method, How to Raise Black Boys. He's also a professor and researcher at Morgan State University. And also joining us is Brother Elijah Miles, who is an activist and founder of the nonprofit organization, the Tendare Family. And he's doing some dynamic work as an alumni of Morgan State University. So that just goes to show you what kind of power is coming out of MSU. But Doc, let me just first talk about something that I think a lot of people tend to lean on, which is policy and institutionalizing certain type of policy, right? I know that there is the U.S. House of Representative member, Representative Frederica Wilson of Florida's 24th District. She organized with the support of Omega Psi Phi a policy talk involving the fraternity and researchers and other Black men to create the Congressional Commission on the Social Status of Black Men and Boys, which is planning to produce some research that looks at the disparities and misconception around Black men. She made this point that she said, think about how this group, speaking of brothers, was dogged by the school to prison pipeline, mass incarceration, health disparities, and continuing to shoulder the gun violence epidemic, spends more time with their children than other groups of men. So she's outlining all of these challenges, yet there still needs to be some policy around debunking some myths and really raising and acknowledging Black men. How important is it, Doc, that we do have policies or do have commissions like this in the big scheme of things? Is this the direction we need to go, or do we need to take another approach to at least change the conversation about Black men and families and community?
Well, I think, commissions are good. The CBC meeting every September is good. But, the fact of the matter, Farajii, is that we know everything about Black boys and Black men. There's not anything about Black people that we don't know. The issue is how to implement it, how, as you said, to turn it into policy and then follow through on that policy. I've been on state commissions here in Maryland where we studied the Black man for a year or two. We do, put out a shiny report and it gets put on the shelf because nobody has the guts, to be very honest, to implement it through legislation. There's groups in Baltimore, like Leaders of the Black Struggle, that they focus on policy relating to Black folk. But we need that at the federal level as well as the state level. I've just been put on the, as you know, another one of my, passions is the issue of reparations for
absolutely
people. And I just been put on the Baltimore City Council Commission on Reparations. I'm very
awesome.
interested in, policy. And I think that I tell all Black organizations that they ought to have a lobbyist. They need to be down in the state of Maryland and Annapolis doing something to change the system. Again, we've got a lot of commissions. We've got books and and pamphlets and just, you know, almost encyclopedic knowledge about Black people. But when it comes to implementing things that will make a difference in our community, we lack that. And that takes guts.
And then that's what we saw with even with President Obama with the My Brother's Keepers campaign and organization. He was trying to institutionalize some things. I know in the city of Baltimore under former Mayor Catherine Pugh, she institutionalized the African-American Male Leadership Initiative, creating a whole office of that's completely dedicated to Black men achieving in the city of Baltimore. And so some people say this is necessary. This should be done. And Brother Elijah, you work on the ground. You're in the grassroots side of things, right? How important is concretizing policy around the treatment, around the perception of Black men? How important is that for you in your work?
It's completely important. And we really support organizations and entities that's doing it. So when Dr. Ray Winbush is talking about LBS, oh man, they're an excellent organization. And what I love about LBS and organizations like LBS is that they really stand for Black people, and they're unbridled by the other interest groups that are in Annapolis and in other places. And so we definitely need policies, and we need organizations, and we need to fund those organizations that's doing that so that they can stay free and working for our benefit. And so LBS does a great job of that. The Mayor's Office of African American Male Engagement with Dr. Bunley do a great job of on the ground work with Black men and boys. And I think, yeah, policy has to happen. I think it's I'm forgetting his name, but it's a mayor that said this one time, that basically what the policymakers and the mayors and the politicians are supposed to do is give us cover fire so that the organizations can do what we do within community. So grassroots and policy got to go hand in hand. And so when you're on the ground doing your work, your ability to do your work on another level has to be supported by those people that's in those places. And if we don't have people in those places, we have to force those people in those places to do what the Black community needs them to do.
That's right.
Absolutely. Yeah. And the other, go ahead, Doc. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
No, real quick, what Elijah said is so important. You see white folks, they'll have like one issue campaigns, like they said, do you support the Second Amendment? Are you for or against abortion? Do you want a balanced budget? We have to start asking our elected officials, not the ones who are running for office, but those who are already in office, whether or not they give cover fire the way Elijah just said. So we've got to hold those who are getting elected accountable to do and implement the policy that we talk about in the barbershop, on the street corner, but they have to be the ones to implement it. And we've got to hold them accountable.
Hey, Dr. Winbush, and I want to share this very quickly, and then I want to get your take. McCall Spicer, you said we don't need any more studies on Black men, Black families, etc. Like the professor said, we need implementation at this point. Absolutely. I remember having a conversation just on this show and other spaces, Doc and Brother Elijah, where I'm like, if we look at the past 40 years, 50 years in this country, there have been more marches. Black folks have marched more times than I think of any group of people. We've come up, and Dr. Winbush, you know this because you've been a part of these conversations, more national agendas. I mean, whole books, Doc, whole books of ideas. And I mean, these ain't terrible ideas. You've been a part of those conversations where you had literally hundreds of organizations that have convened today over the past 25, 30 years. I'm thinking from the Million Man March, even from the Great March on Washington, all of this stuff, all of these recommendations. And I feel like these are good ideas that are just sitting, as you say, sitting on the shelves. But we're the first to talk about the Moynihan report said this, or we pull up some the Pew Research or the Brookings Institute, which is fine, but you do have credible recommendations on how to address all of those issues that are laid out in those other pieces of data. And I'm trying to say, how is it that we have this disconnect? If we know that Black men are in trouble, in a crisis moment, why do we keep going back and saying, where are the answers? We got the answers. Look at history.
That's right. right. We already have that. I said in the warrior method, enough of, we need to have a door of return to what has kept us. See, if I was a white supremacist, the first person that I would attack would be the black male, because he is the progenitor of all humanity with black women. And see, that's the threat. It's the nature of the threat that a lot of us have talked about. I think sometimes, to be honest with you, just straight up, that a lot of black elected officials, they're just comfortable being an elected official. And they count on the fact that their constituents won't hold them accountable for some of the things that they need. I have never met a black elected official that does not know about the plight of the black male. And instead of just, reciting the data over and over again, or saying we need another commission or another study to do that, they need to say, what can we do in terms of legislation? That's very important.
Very important. Look, we got to take another quick pause. When we come forward, I want to talk about something that I think we often don't talk about. Dr. Winbush, I need to get your psychological expertise on this, because as much as black men are going through these challenges, the other thing is that black men are in a state of loneliness. And this is not just affecting black men, this is also affecting men in general, that there is a high rate of male loneliness in this country, where men do not feel emotionally supported, do not have friends. And they have even gone as far as to say there's a friendship deficit among men. And so, Brother Elijah, I want to get your take on as well, because when you're talking about building the family, there has to be a brotherhood. There has to be a space to be supported. So we're going to have that part of the conversation up next, folks, as we continue in our discussion about black men and family and community life here on the Cultures Black Men Summit, where we're redefining and celebrating black manhood. Stay with us. You're tuning to The Culture here on the Black Star Network. Peace, I'm Farajii Muhammad, host of The Culture. And brothers, we need to talk. There's been much discussion about the state of the black man in our community, whether it's in politics, education, or in the home. My brothers, we are struggling to lead the way, which is why The Culture will be hosting the Black Men Summit, where we'll be redefining and celebrating black manhood. This special series will kick off on the 28th anniversary of the historic Million Man March on Monday, October the 16th at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. I'll be talking to some of Black America's most prolific, dynamic, thought-provoking black men activists, scholars, and leaders about our role, our power, and our future. So tune in and join the conversation as an online culture crew member for the Culture's Black Men Summit, redefining and celebrating black manhood. Starting Monday, October 16th through Friday, October 20th, 4 p.m. Eastern Time each day, right here, exclusively here on the Black Star Network. All right, folks, welcome back to the Culture's Black Men Summit, where we're redefining and certainly celebrating black manhood. This is our final installment of this week's special series, where we're talking about black men in their family and black men in community life. And joining me has been Brother Elijah Miles, who's an activist and founder of the Tendea Family Organization, and Brother Dr. Ray Winbush, who is the author of the book, The Warrior Method, as well as a researcher and professor at Morgan State University. Brothers, I want to kind of get your take on this, because as I was we were preparing for the show and preparing for this conversation, I did find that this is an issue that I don't think we talk too much about, which is that there is a high rate of male loneliness in this country, not just facing black men, but facing a lot of men as well, and what they call the friendship deficit. This is coming from a writer. I want to just quote this writer whose name is Shannon Carpenter. He's a writer. He's author of the book, The Ultimate Stay-at-Home Dad. He's a married father of 3, but he wrote this piece for CNN. Take a look at this, folks. He said this: in the United States, many men have become disconnected from the societal institutions that have anchored dads to each other and our community. Historically, men have made long-term bonds through religious institutions and friendships at work. Our sense of worth derived from what we could provide our family. He said, what's more, men in today's society may view deep relationships as not masculine, thus further isolating themselves. Only 48% of men reported feeling satisfied with friendships, according to a May 2021 survey by the Survey Center on American Life, as previously reported by CNN. And 1 in 5 men said they have gotten emotional support from a friend in the past week, compared with 4 in 10 women.
Brother,
we are at a state of loneliness. Go ahead, Brother Doc. Go ahead, talk to me.
Brother Elijah handled this one, and then I'm going to say something about it. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Brother Elijah.
One of the things that it makes me think about is that what we don't understand when we think about enslavement and colonization and what we were robbed of is that we are thrust into a culture of individualism. And in the culture of individualism, a man provides for his family, his little nuclear family, and he basically alone on an island. But that's not how we did things in our past, in our African past. We came from a collective culture where men did their duties as men, did their work as men in collectives. And so in Tendea family, we feel a bridge for that, because in Tendea family, we have a brotherhood. And we're not the first organization to have a brotherhood, but the reason we feel like it was needed to have a brotherhood is based on what Brother Farajii was just laying out, is that men need connection. Black men need connection. They need those common values. And as our community moves away from the church, the mosque is more atheist now than ever, we still have to have brotherhood and have community and have bonds we can trust. I meet too many Black boys and males that say, man, I don't trust nobody. It's like, you don't trust nobody? Come on. So it has to be brotherhood. And when we look at Minister Malcolm X, who they present us as an individual, or Martin Luther King, who they present us as an individual, or even Garvey, who they present us as an individual, all of these people were part of organizations and part of brotherhoods. In the work that they did was always done in community with other men and also women. And so, like, brotherhood is so essential and so needed. And whether you're a 9-to-5 working Black man, a working class Black man, a white collar, blue collar, we have to have these bonds of brotherhood if we are to survive, not just physically, but psychologically and as a real people in a real community. So that's what makes me come to mind.
That's absolutely what I had in mind. And Dr. Wimbush, as a psychologist, when a man feels isolated, when he feels disconnected, earlier in the week, we talked about Black men in politics. We reference how one brother down in Georgia says that he feels like he's being ignored by both political parties. Like, if we are out there on an island as Black men, then when we make the call for Black men to come together, do something for their family, do something for the community, it's a foreign call. They don't understand the language. It doesn't resonate with them. And there's a psychological impact of that, right? If a man can't express himself, he don't feel supported, nobody's listening to him. I would think, Doc, he's a volcano waiting to explode.
Well, yeah, the thing about it, historically, it's been dangerous for Black men to talk about their feelings. You could be killed if you told the so-called massa on a plantation, look, boss, I'm working too hard, I need to take a break. Then after enslavement, they had loitering laws. Even nowadays, if you can be 3 or 4 Black men standing on the corner just talking, shooting the breeze, no problem, and cops will drive up, and just say, what you doing? It's like we're not supposed to associate with each other. So I think that what happens, men with themselves have to learn to talk about their feelings, and men have to learn to talk about their feelings to our sisters as well, because our sisters have to learn to listen. We have to learn to listen to our sisters, and sometimes there's a gap in communication. As a psychologist, I've had many couples in therapy, they just don't talk to each other about anything substantive. So sometimes I've told them, have one night of the week, you turn the television off, you close your social media down, and you talk to each other. Even if you have kids, talk to the children with you as mother and father or whatever. But a lot of times we just don't encourage discussion among ourselves, especially about our field.
And Doc, very quickly, our sister, late great sister, Bell Hooks, she put in that book, The Will to Change, when she said, and I'll never forget reading this, and when you talked about one of those books that changed your life, The Will to Change just completely changed my life, brother Ray. But she said that when a man does open up, women, particularly Black women, get afraid, don't know how to handle it. Because one, if a man shows his vulnerability, it shows a side of weakness that Black women are conditioned to believe that Black men don't have because of everything up from patriarchal systems and whatnot. So the women don't know how to handle that. As much as women are saying, look, I want a man that's emotionally mature, emotionally intelligent, a man that's in tune with his emotions. Can you handle the emotions of a man who feels powerless outside in the world? Or when he comes home, he feels like he doesn't have too much of a say. Can you handle a man opening up about him feeling like what's happening on the job, he's not getting enough money, whereas you're making more money than he is, and he doesn't fit? So how do you resolve that? Because we know that can open the Pandora's box, Doc, to everything from domestic violence and abuse to child abuse. I mean, there's a lot that could potentially happen in the wrong direction.
Well, it is. I can remember real quick, conducting this Black male female seminar a couple of years ago. In fact, it was down at the Reggie Lewis Library downtown. And this sister stood up and said, look, I really want to know, what do Black men feel? I want to, somebody just tell me. And on the other side of the room, this brother was ready to stand up to tell her that. And then this other sister stood up and said, they don't know what, their own feeling. I don't know why you listening to Black men. And see, we got to get out of that. And so the brothers looked at me like, you see what I'm talking about? We've got to encourage each other to tell about our feelings, to tell how we feel. And it does open up a Pandora box. And both Black men and Black women have to be able to, deal with that, listen to it. And sometimes we need to simply listen more than we need to talk about stuff. We really do.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I love it. Folks, we got to take another pause. When we come back, let's continue the conversation on the other side. You're tuning to the Culture's Black Men Summit, where we're redefining and celebrating Black manhood right here on the Black Star Network.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Tape with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
I'm Farajii Muhammad, live from LA. And this is The Culture. The Culture is a two-way conversation. You and me. We talk about the stories, politics, the good, the bad, and the downright ugly. So join our community every day at 3 p.m. Eastern and let your voice be heard. Hey, we're all in this together. So let's talk about it and see what kind of trouble we can get into. It's The Culture, weekdays at 3, only on the Black Star Network.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
A lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Check some money orders. Go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is roland@rolandsmartin.com.
Folks, welcome back to The Culture here on the Black Star Network. We're having the Culture's Black Men Summit, redefining and celebrating Black manhood. And I am just overwhelmed with joy that on the final day of this summit, we are having this part of the conversation talking about Black men and family and community life with two dynamic brothers who I have nothing but love and great respect for. Dr. Ray Winbush, who is a professor, researcher, and author of the book, The Warrior Method, and my brother Elijah Miles, who is an activist and the founder of Today Family organization. And Brother Elijah, it is you, brother, and I think Doc can agree with me that when we see you, you're carrying the torch, you're carrying the mantle. I'll be watching you, Brother Elijah. I see you and follow you on social media. First, let me just tell y'all very quickly, Brother Elijah, you need to, what's your social media handle? Because you're putting out some fantastic content. And then I got to talk to this other brother on this other side who's dropping jewels every day. We're going to talk to Brother Dr. Winbush. But Brother Elijah, what's the social media for the work that you're doing and how you're moving about?
Oh, you can follow our organization's page at Tendea Family, TENDEA Family. TENDEA Family, or you can follow me at Chairman_Elijah, Chairman_Elijah, ELIJAH. Yeah, happy to be an inspiration. Social media is where the kids is at now, so it's where everyone's at. So got to get it.
That's true.
Yep.
You got to get it. All right, Dr. Winbush, come on now. You drop jewels. Dr. Winbush drops jewels about everything from what's happening in Israel, and I got to bring you back on. Because Doc, I need to let people, you need to talk about this Israel-Hamas situation, but more importantly, how people can learn from the work that you're doing.
Well, you can reach me mainly on Facebook, Ray Winbush. Just look me up on Facebook.
There we go.
And then,
there we go.
I don't use X and Twitter anymore. I'm trying to migrate away from that. Shooter's like I said the Freudian slip was shooter, but Twitter is kind of like a shooting in a wild gallery, but I'm R Winbush on Shooter. I said on Twitter. Twitter's become a mess. But
I hear you. Hey, look, brother. Hey, Doc, I appreciate that. Hey, look, I saw this piece of you, Doc, Brother Elijah, that I think that this kind of encapsulate the whole week that we have, that we do want to have Black men who are active and engaged. And I saw this video, and I want to play this video of you as you're doing the great work that you're doing for Tendea Family in the streets of Baltimore. Take a look, folks.
As long as there's a murder and a shooting on Morgan State campus, there's still more work to do. As long as there is a President Davo that's being killed, there's still more work to do. As long as there's over 300 murders in Baltimore City every year, most of them Black people, there's still more work to be done. And each and every one of us have to use our skills, our talents, our resources, our money to push the Black community forward. Because things have to get better. There's no reason that we live in a community occupied by mostly Black people. And we got elders that's on the corners. We got young people that's on the corners. But many of these businesses are non-Black owned. There's no reason for that. There's no reason we in a majority black city and yet our kids are still being miseducated. That when I say Garvey, I see a black stab because you haven't been taught about Garvey. There's no reason for that. And so it's still more work to be done. But we who are at Morgan, we who are young people, we who still got life and still believe, because it may be residents right now that don't believe that this neighborhood can change, that Baltimore City can change. So us that still believe, we got a duty. We got a duty to them. We got a duty to ourselves. We got a duty to our family. We got a duty to our community. But most of all, we got a duty to the future generations yet to come that will inherit this mess unless we clean it up.
Powerful stuff.
Thank you, brother Raj.
Hey, look, I was looking for a way for something to end this part of the conversation, and I thought this is the perfect way to do it because you are a brother who is moving us further along, brother. And even though I'm not that much older than you, I see so much I see so much in you. So while you're doing your work there in the streets, Dr. Wimbush is doing his work on the college campus. I'm doing my work in media. This is exactly the type of multi-layered approach that we have to have in order to save and make sure that we redefine what it means to be black men and we celebrate black manhood in a very, very positive way. So I just wanted to give you that love and that shout out for that, brother, because you're doing some excellent work. I want to, as I close out, can I show the pictures? Hey, Ken, let's just throw some pictures up here. Look, I'm wearing this shirt that says Dope Black Dads. Y'all don't see it. This was designed by the mother of my children. Big shout out to her, Nira Muhammad. She was, yes. She did this. Look, let me tell you, there's nothing like choosing the right woman to have a child with.
That's right. That's right.
That makes all the difference in the world. I'm gonna tell y'all, that makes all the difference. Dr. Wimbush, you know it. You talked about it. You write about it. Brother Elijah, you have with your wife, your queen. It makes all the difference in the world that you choose the right woman to understand your role, your power, your future. So let me throw up my children up here, man, because see, that is nothing but love. Let me just show y'all. These are the two little humans that I've been blessed to take a look at this. This is Nigel and Nyana. Here we go. There we go. That's Nigel, my son, 10 years old, full of life, his little sister. And we teach every day to show them to have love for each other. And let's start the other one. Can we do the other one, Keenan, real quick? Can we do that? We're all the dope black dads in the chat. I see you, Democrat. You said there's some dope black dads in the chat. I want to see all the black dads, man. Dope black dads, dope black men. Celinda, you said men need love, compassion, and understanding just like women. Fantastic. There they are. That's my children, y'all. This is the future.
That's right.
Dr. Wimbush, listen, you told them, look, this is what we raising, man.
I remember when he was born, boy. Man, just congratulate. I love to see young black children and good black fathers, raising them up. Beautiful.
Brother Elijah, I know you're going to be making that. You're going to be going down that path in whatever time frame that'll happen, brother. But trust and believe.
You ain't see the announcement. So
no,
my wife is pregnant with our first child.
Get out of here, brother. Yeah. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on. There we go. Praise be to the God, brother. There we go. Congratulations. Congratulations. Look, man, this is exactly what we're talking about. Big shout out to all of the black men, all of the fathers in the chat. I see my pastor, Pastor Damon Blissett, standing tall, black dad. Who else? Janae. Amen. Corinna, you said congratulations. Who else is checking in, man? Let me just tell y'all, there are so many black men in this country that care, that want to do right, that we are making the best decisions possible, Dr. Wimbush, in this crooked ass system that we are part of, right? And so, as we started at the beginning of this week, acknowledging the great 28th anniversary of that historic Million Man March that happened 28 years ago. At the beginning of this week, on October the 16th, 2023, the day of that day changed my life forever. And now we're ending with having this conversation. I got Brother Elijah, who is just falling right into the line What guidance can you offer, Dr. Winbush? Whatever guidance you can say, what guidance, what recommendations do you offer us as Black men and as Black women and as a people on how to move forward?
Well, as an educator, I always end my speeches by saying, read at least 30 minutes a day, something about Black folk. We need to deepen into our history. We need to deepen into our culture, but just read 30 minutes a day. That's all.
That is something about Black folks.
Something about Black folk.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Real quick, Farajii, I've been so surprised this week with this war going on that Black folk don't even know, or not all Black folk, but many Black folk have asked me, well, I thought Israel was been here for 1,000 years. They don't know about the creation of the state. And that stuff is very important for us as Black folk to know the history of Black Palestinian relationships in this country.
Right.
And that's why we're going to have a separate conversation to have you be a part of. And I would love to get your take on that. Dr. Ray Winbush, Brother Elijah Miles, I cannot thank you enough for being with us for this final part of this conversation. You brothers are inspiration. You are a light. And more importantly, y'all are so important, critical, and good for the culture. I cannot thank you enough, Brother Elijah. Whatever you need from us in supporting the work that you're doing, just, you can just shoot me a text. Dr. Winbush, I got to have your expertise back on to give us some insight onto this. But I thank you, brothers, for being a part of this final conversation for the Culture's Black Men's Summit, where we're redefining and celebrating Black manhood. Thank you so much, brothers.
Thank you, too.
Thank you, brother.
Absolutely, absolutely. Folks, that's going to do it for me. I thank each and every one of you. I thank each and every one of you for being a part of the conversation. What, I got something in here. There we go. Let me move this out there. There we go. Folks, I thank you all so much for joining us. This has been a phenomenal week. And I hope and pray that you learned something. You took something. We're going to try to, I'm going to be posting some excerpts on my social media. So make sure y'all follow me at The Real Farajii on Instagram. I got a lot of followers on Facebook. But on the Instagram side, I'm still building up the network. So make sure y'all follow me at The Real Farajii on Instagram. Follow me on X at Farajii. I'm on Threads at The Real Farajii as well. But your support, and I mean, it's just been overwhelming. It's been a phenomenal week. I cannot thank you enough. I want to thank our coverage partner, AfroLAnews.org, AfroLAnews.org. If you want to get all the latest news and information about Black Los Angeles, make sure you tune in, you check out the website at AfroLAnews.org, and you can see some of the latest things that are happening, things of substance, things that are cultural, but more importantly, things that are related to Black folks here in LA. So go to AfroLAnews.org for all of the latest news and information, another Black media source for the city of Los Angeles. So definitely check it out. Go to our website at blackstarnetwork.com. You can download the app for free, follow us on social media, but we want your support. We need your support because it is your support that powers us through this process as we are in this digital media space. Big shout out to 00 Tehran, who is another member of Bring the Funk fan club on a level 1. Big shout out to you. Can we get a little horn for 00 Tehran? Thank you so much. And all of you who have already given, we can't thank you enough. But let your friends and family know that we need their support as well. So definitely check us out at blackstarnetwork.com. And folks, I want to thank my very special partner in making sure that this week happens, Sister Olivia Almagro. Sister Olivia's been doing the hard work, making sure we have these conversations. And of course, my production team, Joel, Shannon, my man King Keenan, Lise, Maddie, and Chris have all been phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal in making sure that the production of every day of this show, of this summit, has been on point. So thank you for my production team and everyone that was involved in this process. Folks, stay tuned. Up next, 6 p.m. is Roland Martin Unfiltered. I can't thank y'all enough. Make sure y'all check out the replays, share it, like it. Just let families know that we had these dynamic conversations. And Culture Crew, I thank y'all. I thank you for joining us for the Culture's Black Men Summit, redefining and celebrating Black manhood. Stay tuned. Up next is Roland Martin Unfiltered. As always, never be afraid to challenge what's wrong, stand for what's right while being yourself in the process. God willing, we will talk on Monday for another exciting edition of the Culture right here, only here, exclusively here on the Black Star Network. Peace.
You're rocking with the best.